Okay, I gotta do a couple more bug reports. And of course, that doesn't want to work either. Dang it. Okay, good. Reposition Windows. Freaking weird. And sorry guys, I'm going through some startup stuff to make sure it's all working. Okay. Okay. I am not liking that. Hold on a minute, guys. I apologize. The Oculus thing keeps wanting to put a circle on the ground every time. Profile. Oh my god. Okay. Freaking weird stuff.
course, it took me that long to realize that my Garmin GPS was messed up. Oh my god, what is happening with the mouse? Tolagarf, I have not been streaming at all because of the issues with my back. However, I had a minor surgery last week, so I'm doing better, but I still got more stuff coming up. Yeah, I had an epidural last week, Wednesday, I think it was. And yeah, I'm wait, was it Wednesday or Thursday? It was Thursday. Thursday I had my epidural. And already I am doing so much better. Really wish this truck wasn't right next to me. every frickin' time. I keep moving that. Coordinated turn indicator is actually centered now. That's good. Cambridge Tower, Helicopter Sierra Papa, Motel Delta Bravo, requesting taxi to runway for eastbound departure.
This is what the ATC audio sounds like, and next is what yours sounds like.
Cambridge Tower, Helicopter Sierra Papa, Motel.
I'm using the wrong frequency. Hold on.
Taxi to runway for eastbound departure.
Let me fix that.
I wish that these buttons were a little bit bigger, but whatever.
What's going on? Okay.
Cambridge Ground, Helicopter Sierra Papa, Motel Delta Bravo, requesting taxi to runway for westbound departure.
Ground to flight deck. I don't understand your request. Please contact ground for taxi instructions.
Is this not... Did I pick the wrong one? Okay, I guess not.
I guess ramp here isn't ramp. Cambridge Tower, Helicopter Sierra Papa, Motel Delta Bravo, requesting takeoff clearance to the west.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, wind 280 at 21. Departure from the apron will be at your own risk.
At own risk, Helicopter Sierra Papa, Motel Delta Bravo.
Alright, we're good to go.
I love that they give me clearance from the apron. That's great. Am I using the... I am using the new beta? Hold on. Let me... Thank you for reminding me about the foveated rendering thing, because I haven't actually tried it.
let's... Settings, VR. Shoot. Wait, what is this? Exposure compensation? What? Apparently I have foveated rendering on. What is that? That's a new setting. Apparently I have a lot of other things maxed out. Air traffic, ultra. Maximize all this shit. I should be able to run it all maxed. Resume. Now, I don't know if I'm seeing like little black specks right here. If I'm getting foveated rendering, I'm not really seeing it. But I am seeing the edges of the polygons here, which I shouldn't be able to. Weird. Whoa. There we go. I'm like, hold on a minute. Something weird is happening here. Oh, why is photogrammetry on? But I turned that off as well. I don't remember. Hold on. I don't even remember photogrammetry being an option in Cambridge before. Now I'm a little bit confused. Because I don't remember photogrammetry, like, functioning. So I'm going to go back over to Frontier's headquarters.
(422 Alpha Mike traffic at your 1 2 o'clock Skyhawk on final).
Oh my god! Why are there so many sheep? Oh my god, look how many animals there are! I have never seen so many frickin' animals! Look at this! Both of these... Oh my god, my frame rate is dying. Why are there so many cattle and sheep here? If they keep this animal, what's the word? Holy crap. That's a lot of animals there. Alright, let me find Frontier's headquarters again. The science park should be somewhere over here. Oh man. I think the science park, I think that's Frontier's headquarters right there. And there, now it actually has that big glass building. I can see it. That big bluish glass building in front of us is Frontier's headquarters. Now it actually kind of has the building. It doesn't have that kink in the side in real life, but it's cool though. They got the steps and they've got the walkway modeled in. That's cool. And it's funny, like, I can look at this building, and I was in this room at one point. This room here on the corner. Well, not corner, like this room right here. And then David Braben's office was like right next to it. And then there was like another meeting room in the corner. So that's kind of cool to see. Yeah, I have a feeling the... doesn't really have that kink in the side like that. I think it's just getting weird reflections. Alright, let's head out. Yeah, I'm now really curious about what's going on with the animals now, because I've never seen animal density like that before. That was insane, the amount of cattle and sheep I was seeing. And the game's smart enough not to place animals in town, so that's good. Or at least so far.
Warrior 371 Bravo, Charlie, enter right base, runway 27.
Right base, runway 27 for Warrior 371 Bravo, Charlie.
Golf Delta Echo frequency change approved.
But, Paul Satsky, going back to your question, I am doing much better. I had that epidural last Thursday, and what is today? I've like lost track. Today's Sunday. Holy crap! I have literally been resting the last couple days just simply because, like. It's one of those weird things, like, when you go for 7 to 8 months where your back will not release the muscles and you have tons of neck pain, just being able to sleep and not wake up with your neck just super stiff is so nice. I am not 100% convinced the foveated rendering thing is even working, because I'm not seeing any deterioration in resolution at the edge of my vision at all. So I am not sure that that is functioning. I do have a lot of cars, that's good. Yeah, there might still be a bug where, having animals is causing stutters. Oh, oh God! I forgot I have that add-on that adds birds. I saw something out of the corner of my eye, I was like, what is that? I'm actually gonna tweak graphical settings again, so just bear with me. We're gonna be messing with this stuff a lot today, I think. So let's see, we're currently on performance. Can we please go to balanced? I'm gonna try turning that off. And turning that on. Yeah, graphically I'm not seeing any change. The game actually feels smoother now. I don't know how that can be, but maybe this headset just isn't set up for foveated rendering or something. Yeah. Turn indicator's still broken. Oh, hello, bird.
Traffic. Runway 21 cleared for takeoff.
Making right traffic cleared for takeoff, runway 21. Warrior Tree, 71 Bravo Charlie.
Golf Tango Oscar, taxi to runway 5 at your discretion.
I don't know what's going on with the buildings here at the end of the runway, but
Taxiing to runway 05. Golf Yankee Tango, Tango Oscar.
yeah, fuel use still seems a little bit too high. Should not have used 5% of the tank going from that airport to the other. Volume 40. Next track. Oh crap, I forgot I added that add-on too. Volume 30.
Water sucks. It really, really sucks.
Volume 40. I got an add-on that adds water towers. Because as you can very clearly see, water towers are very visible as a landmark. I'm just going over here because I want to check the satellite imagery. Yep. It's a water tower. Cool. Hold on. Am I just not... Can you guys hear the music? Oh, it was turned down on my thing. Volume 30. And Dietrich, good morning. How you doing today? Been raining for 5 days. It's definitely felt like that, yeah.
Skylane 422 Alpha, Mike, make left traffic runway 12 cleared for takeoff.
Making left traffic cleared for takeoff, runway 12. Skylane 422 Alpha, Mike.
Volume 20. That is a lot of animals. I wonder if they redid something with that.
Cut in a tree, 1 Yankee Cambridge Tower. Copy information. India, say your request. Requesting IFR to file destination. Send P1 Yankee.
Okay, I'm gonna make another adjustment here. I think the weird shifting that I'm getting, you guys might not be seeing it. It might be because of the reprojection mode, so I'm gonna turn that off for a moment. See if that is what's doing it. No, not really. That's not it. I personally, since I have the epidural, I am doing much better. It seems to be that upper part where the bone is pinching the nerve is what is adding so much of the pain in my back. Now that it's numb and I don't feel it, the remaining pain is definitely a lot more manageable. However, I am having a radio frequency ablation surgery in about a month for that lower part. So we'll see if the two of them together gets rid of a lot of the back pain. But so far, the epidural is already amazing. However, the epidural only lasts a month to 2 months, so it's only a temporary measure, so they can just determine where the pain is coming from.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 33, fly straight out. Cleared for takeoff, runway 33, flying straight out, Skylane 422, Alpha Mike.
Sorry, I'm looking for the fuel bowsers and I see them over here. This airport is completely closed off. You can see all the X's on the runway. It just makes me wonder if it's all closed, why is it listed as an open airport? It shouldn't be. Volume 40. A little bit windy. I forgot, did I set a button to request fuel? Why? I don't understand why the audio cuts out. Oh, that's right. It's all in this, isn't it? There you go. Full fuel. Oh my god. Okay, so the other issue we have is the mouse is not constrained to the... Hold on. Pause music. Master Braytech, right? I've been showing this... Give me a second. Hold on. I've been showing this image over the last couple months. Let me show you what I have. I broke my back in the military over a decade ago, so I have this. I have this bone that literally has this big giant hook on it. And you can see how that hook kind of protrudes into where the spinal column is. And my problem is, if you look at the very top, you can see how it is literally crushing my spinal column. I literally broke my back and I didn't know I broke my back. So when it healed in a way where it's just pinching the shit out of the nerve. So you can see at the very top where, like, literally it's pinching it in half. So now that they did the epidural, they have a better idea that, yeah, that is the part that's causing a lot of the pain. So I will be having a surgery later on. They'll go in and actually remove that bit of bone. So, joy. It's only like 4 to 5 inches into your back, so it's not like they're going in far. Right? But yeah, it's kind of weird to think about, but yeah, they'll be doing that at some point. So, okay, and sorry guys, I am gonna be stopping and doing a bunch of bug report stuff, so just bear with me. All right. User interface and activities. New topic. Okay. Mouse is not strained to game in VR. Wait, no. Back. This is not... Shit. Hold on. I'm already messing up. Alright. Sim Update 2 Beta. Virtual reality. Okay.
Issue description.
Description of issue.
November Tower. Skyhawk 8 November Charlie.
Okay, so the bug that I'm writing right now is the mouse does not... Okay, so a lot of times when you're playing a VR game, and if the game has mouse support, when you have the game playing and the game in focus, you can move the mouse around, and the mouse will then move in the game. That mouse pointer will never go off of the game onto other windows.
Skyhawk 8 November Charlie.
I am getting an
Hello,
issue
message.
where the mouse is not constrained to the video game window. So if the Windows mouse moves off, I have no mouse control at all.
Echo Golf Sierra Sierra at 3,000 feet.
Clearance on request. Stand by.
Okay.
Okay, bear with me a minute as I break OBS. Add. Display capture. Okay, so the issue that I'm trying to show here is I have my main monitor, I have a secondary monitor. Okay? And what I want to show, it's really hard. Can I, hold on. Display capture, capture cursor, display. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. So you can see my mouse pointer kind of on the thing. Okay, so all I was doing there was showing that when the game was in focus, the mouse was moving off of the actual thing. I have used that desktop for so damn long. It's like what do you even call it?
Cambridge Tower Golf Yankee Tango Tango Oscar.
I can't remember what. I can't remember what nebula it was. Okay, so what I need to do now is open up this. Open up the YouTube. Oh man. I said open up YouTube. Open up videos. Shit. All right. Create, upload video. Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 VR mouse not constrained bug. I can't spell constrained, but that's also why spell check was invented for me, not for kids. Next, next, unlisted. Okay, cool. Go back over here, copy the link. Please add a screenshot or video of the issue occurring. Paste. It's a 23-second video, whatever.
Okay, and create topic.
You must choose at least one tag. Well, frack. Okay. Platform, whatever. PC, VR. Okay. Create topic.
If you can, go on to that and
Add to a vote, please. Also, if you can, go to this post as well and vote on that too.
Annoyingly, when it comes to virtual reality and helicopters in general, we don't seem to get as many people voting on those because, one, VR is a niche product, helicopters are a niche product. So if you guys can help me get stuff like that voted on, it would definitely help, and the stream would be better because the game would work better. You know? How the hell have I been live for an hour already? Have I really been live for an hour? Hold on. It's saying ads are about to play in 21 seconds. Hold on. Oh my god, I have been live for an hour. How? How does that happen? I've literally flown to two... Actually, no. We sat for about 30 minutes doing setup, didn't we? Never mind. I know how it happened. Oh, shit. Oh, great. Now the sim's not working. What? Close. Ooh. No. No, 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 no. Bad, 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 bad. What the ever-living shit is going on? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm just breaking shit. In the headset, my view is completely broken. So bear with me as I try to fix things. I'm wondering... No, now that I'm back in virtual desktop, it's fine. Go back into VR. And it's fixed. That was weird as shit. The left eye was lagging behind the right eye. So it's like I would move the image up and then it would catch up. And it was just like, whoa, that's really, really trippy. That was really bad. All right, let's see if we can try to do this. Okay.
Picking back up. Clear left. I might need your guys' help with a wish list item as well. Because I fly where I... Whoa, what the hell? Because I fly where I do, I'm getting a lot of bug splatters all over my windscreen. And there's no current way to clean the windscreen off unless you leave the flight and go back in. So I probably need to make... Actually, you know what? No. We're gonna make that wish list item right now. Let's make a wish list item for that. That way we can... Let's see here. My posts. Oh, man. Topics. Wait, is that not a draft? Oh no, never mind. Okay. All. Okay, so we're gonna go back over to wish list. New topic. Windshield cleaning option. Select one tag, 2024. Okay. PC. Aircraft. Alright. I fly helicopters.
Diamond True 71 Bravo, Charlie traffic on a 1 mile final, extend downwind.
Extending downwind, Diamond Tree 71 Bravo, Charlie.
All right.
So I cannot link that one yet because through the wish list, it requires that a moderator approve the post before it can actually go up for voting. So I have to wait. That's kind of annoying. Oh my god, whatever. We'll get it. All right. We have a 20-knot crosswind. Holy shit. Next track. Again, I don't know if I've got something weird going on today, but my music volume seems really low. This airport seems a lot more detailed than normal. Huh.
Citation 433, Mike Whiskey, proceed direct to the ILS approach runway 27.
Proceeding direct to the ILS approach runway 27. Citation 433, Mike Whiskey.
Yeah, this airport looks very detailed. Like it's got fence posts and the building has electrical boxes on it and everything. That's weird. 7-Eleven. I pause music. They have mods. Like I've got a mod in right now that it places all the water towers where water towers are supposed to be. And it makes me wonder if anybody has done a mod that puts fast food places. Because you guys do not realize when you're flying around the signs for those buildings, you can see them from so far away, right? Like, think about the McDonald's arches, right? It's... I can just say that, and you've already got the image in your head, right? You can see that so far away. Yeah, landmarks like that, it stands out a lot. So, like... Yeah, like... That's... I'm surprised nobody's... I wonder if you can reverse engineer that website that keeps track of all of McDonald's Is the Shake Machine Working website. If you can use that to then place the McDonald's arches at all those locations. I don't know if there's got to be, somebody's got to have a database of latitude and longitude of every single McDonald's, right? I don't know if it's precise enough where you can go latitude and longitude of every single McDonald's sign, but somebody might have done it already. That's the weird part. I'm going to try to move this microphone a little bit off to the side because the green making it vanish is a little bit odd. All right, continuing on. I'm now really curious about this airport because they literally have a rock wall over here. Like, usually you don't get high detail fences like this and all this stuff sitting here. So I don't know, like, what's going on with this airport that it has all this high detail. Weird. Blow away all the umbrellas. Just flying a 2-ton helicopter next to all the umbrellas, that's not going to blow it away at all.
X-ray hold short of runway 25 traffic on final.
Volume 30.
Short of runway
Next
25,
track.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
So, according to the satellite imagery, there's an airport here, clearly. But, according to the little nav map, there's absolutely nothing. I have a feeling this is no longer an airport. Probably a industrial park now. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of buildings where the runway is supposed to be. Oh my god, look at all the cars parked there. A lot of cargo containers. Yeah, that airport is not active anymore. All right.
Sorry, my music volume in the headset is not loud at all. So it's weirding me out a little bit. Sorry, I really need to fix my audio. What is going on here? Hey, Muppet.
Warrior Tree 71 Bravo, Charlie, enter right base, runway 27.
Right base, runway 27 for Warrior Tree 71 Bravo, Charlie.
Nope, hold on. Leave VR here for a moment. Bear with me as I try to fix stuff. Virtual desktop. Why does it seem so quiet? If I do that, you guys still hear music, correct? Oh, I've lost my damn mouse. Okay, I think I figured it out. Volume 30. All right. There, I got my audio fixed. It's been a couple weeks since I last did any VR stuff, so apparently a bunch of my programs updated and volume stuff reset and blah, 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 all that kind of crap. I do need to set a thing that uses a knob to adjust the Say Intentions AI volume level, though. That'll be nice to set. Why am I twisted in the cockpit now? There we go. This pond right here looks like it was artificially made. Like, it just, over there appears a little bit too straight, like there's a dam over there or something. Or a dam somewhere. Yeah, I don't know.
Moving 824 Foxtrot Delta, extend downwind, I'll call your base. Heading downwind, awaiting base call. Looney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
Pause music. Sorry, I got it just in my head. Just something just made me think here. No, I am currently not using. I am not using. What is it called? Satellite image replacer program. So that's good. Let's try this foveated rendering thing again. Uses quad view rendering technique to improve GPU performance. Higher resolution, higher the gain. Can add some CPU overhead. Can be combined with eye tracking when available. Okay, yeah, but why is it? I'm not exactly sure if it's working or not. Displacement mapping. For shits and giggles, let's take this and go back down to medium. And trees high. Yeah, okay. Let's try that and see if we get better frame rates. Next track. All right. Oh, it reset the cars and everything too. Shit. Gotta fix that again. Dang it. Yeah, I don't think the I don't think that the foveated rendering thing is working right. All right, I think that's a little bit better. This is another thing, too. Being that there's so many solar farms everywhere, they should do something with the AI to determine what that is and place the panels properly or something. There's gotta be a math of if you're at this latitude, longitude, or at this latitude, the angle of the things for optimal should be at this, whatever, this angle. Right? Yep. Live weather. Okay. Sorry, I had to double check that. What is going on with this runway? Like, seriously, what is this? Okay, hold on a minute. Where am I? Bedford. Pause music. Okay, so let's see here.
Citation 4 Tree Mike Whiskey. Maintain current heading. Expect further instructions in approximately 5 minutes. Maintaining current heading. Awaiting further instructions. Citation 4 Tree Mike Whiskey.
Where is this airport at? Oh my god, I just realized I'm really, really close to Silverstone. Like, really close. I am really glad that I happened to look at the map. Okay, where is Colmworth? And sorry guys, I'm doing a thing now where I've got little nav map, but then I've got Google Earth open up on another screen. And what I'm trying to do is I am trying to use the Google Earth satellite imagery to try to confirm that this airport actually looks the way it is, if that makes sense. Okay, Cranfield Airport. No, Cranfield's way the hell down there. We haven't been there yet. There it is. What the ever... It is. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at this. They've turned the entire runway, like 2/3 of the runway is now vehicle storage. What the ever-living shit? And then that's the runway for, I guess, general aviation, local aviation stuff. That is insane. That's crazy. And they're parking the cars like 4 deep. And the thing is, like, you look at it.
Charlie, turn left heading 270 vectors for
I mean,
left heading 270
it seems like the car types, they're all, like, every single red car in this image seems to be the same kind of red car. Like, they all seem to be hatchbacks. Every single one. Like, I've got a couple here that has a big black roof, but every other one is like hatchback, hatchback, hatchback. Is this like a place where, like, a thoroughly vehicle storage facility? And the pictures they show a bunch of mass storage of new and ex-fleet cars. Okay, that explains. Okay. Motor vehicle manufacturers and wholesalers, as well as government departments, store their vehicles for long, short-term periods on the old runways and apron. Capacity to hold 50,000 vehicles on site, including damaged, write-off, and scrapped scheme vehicles. That is crazy. Melania, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. That is... I'm sitting there like... As I'm approaching this, I'm like, why is the runway marking so short compared to the paved area? That's why. Because they've got just a shitload of cars on everything else. So here, they've got the cars here, and they've got the cars over here, but they're missing all the cars along the actual runway here. That's funny. Yeah, it needs more cars rendered, is what they need. Okay, so we're going to touch down right in the middle here. In real life, I would be running into cars right now. Boop. Alright. Now this is where it's going to get a little bit weird, because I have to go south to get a thing, but then when we come back, we're going to a racetrack. Next track,
Foxtrot, Alpha 2, hold short, runway 21 traffic on final. Holding short, runway 21 Bonanza, November 64, Foxtrot, Alpha 2.
So racetrack is over there somewhere. Yeah, they did something with the animal generation, because the amount of cattle and sheep that I'm seeing is easily 4 times as much. It makes me wonder if we go to Africa now, if we can actually find lions. Got another water tower rendering over there. That's good. Again, you don't realize it until they're missing. Water towers are very good landmarks. I'm a little bit curious what this is. CIT? Because whatever it is, it's not showing on the map here. What is CIT? This looks... Is this a golf course? I think this might be a golf course they're flying over right now. I think they literally had the golf course marked here. That's weird. Pause music. Cranfield Airport, helicopter Sierra Papa Mike Delta Bravo, 4 miles to the north, requesting touch and go.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, runway 21. Left circuits approved. Report downwind each time.
Report downwind, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. Alright. Viper 2K, good morning. Hope you're doing well.
Midfield for left base entry. Wilco Tower will report midfield for left base entry, Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie.
Cessna 275 Mike Romeo, Cranfield Tower, readability 5.
Golf Mike Sierra, alright, you can taxi to parking at your own pace, your discretion, and keep an ear on this frequency, okay?
Some of this sounds like real people. Some of it is. The add-on that I have is called Say Intentions. It's a AI add-on that simulates doing air traffic control. some of the other responses are literal recordings of other people that they allow them to use. So you get other people's voices and stuff. Cranfield Tower requesting takeoff, departure to the north, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, winds 290 at 18. Departure from the apron will be at your own risk.
At own risk, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. Now, one thing I do need to state, you'll notice that it is calling me X-ray Kilo. The reason why for that is that the last aircraft that I was given was named that, and I haven't gone in and changed the designation. The flight sim does not have an API that actually grabs your current designation and makes it output that, so it's only doing what it last gave, annoyingly, so meh. I'd have to go in and manually edit that. So that's why it's giving me the wrong call sign. I wish that editing your tail number actually worked. It used to in 2020. They don't have that in 2024. Alright, so somewhere in front of me is a racetrack. Silverstone. So we are going to try to locate it. And because of that, that is why I am attempting to climb up really high. Because I should be able to find a racetrack from the air. You would think, at least, right? Didn't Silverstone used to be an airport at one point? Okay, so now bear with me. I need to now confirm. Oh, I closed it. Damn it. Okay. I swear I wrote. Hold on. How have I?
We will divert to Wellsbourne Echo Golf Bravo Whiskey.
Sorry, guys. For some reason, my little marker that showed where Silverstone is has vanished. There it is. Okay. Alright, so from Cranfield, Silverstone is directly west. Okay. I am an idiot. No, we're not. Okay, I'm sorry. We're not going to Silverstone yet.
One more attempt at landing. If unsuccessful, you will divert to Wellsbourne
EGBW. Report going around.
Silverstone is on the route. It's just we're not going there yet. Okay. Never mind. I am an idiot. Okay. Oh, shit. That's why I can't find it, because I'm going the wrong freaking way. Next track. So Silverstone is actually over there somewhere. See, like, I've got these airstrips here, like this one, but that's, again, it's a farming airstrip. It's not somewhere where you would go and it's not like open to the public.
Traffic on final. Going to 160 knots, moving 824 Foxtrot Delta. Flight plan November 275, Mike Romeo's overhead Warburn.
Mike 275, Mike Romeo, Cranfield Tower. Good afternoon. Report.
Pause music.
QFE 1001.
Another thing that I really like about this say intentions thing is that it determines where you are in the world and will try to use recordings with people of that accent. So that's why the AI is attempting a English accent, as an example. It's kind of neat to hear it, how it works. Sim volume 60. Look at how look at this. Look how many more animals there are down there. Now, annoyingly, I'm not going to be doing any Yeah, Yars, that is like the big thing that does keep a lot of people from doing it, is the subscription thing. Me, I'm trying to get accurate, and I think it, at least for me, it adds to the stream. I don't know. I tried using Beyond ATC and I had nothing but issues with it. Another water tower right there. I'm gonna go look at that one again. it's getting the water tower location, maybe not necessarily the size, but still. I remember when I had to use an add-on just to place all the power poles down. Now that's built in, so that's nice too.
Citation 433, Mike Whiskey, hold short of runway 20, traffic on final.
Holding short of runway 20, citation 433, Mike Whiskey.
Another bird. How long have I been live for? Ooh, that bird flew through the rotor disc. It's dead. I just had another thought too. Settings, controls. Was there not... Let's see here. Of course, wrong device. Warthog throttle. Okay. This little R, that's new, is it not? I don't remember seeing that before. Assistances. Was there not... I don't want the landing ribbon and stuff. Computational fluid dynamics. Wasn't Beta 2 supposed to have some kind of option to be able to see the trail behind the aircraft? Yeah, the free options for Say Intentions has, it's limited with the amount of voices you get, though, I think is the catch. Simulation shortcuts. Adjust whether you want to experience realistic wake turbulences when behind other aircraft. Yes, please. That's what I wanted right there. Okay, cool. I don't know if that is what... Catch now is I don't know if that's simulated. Find out, I guess. All right. Get behind a jet and see, right? I mean, it's not really doing it with my aircraft. I remember, like, when they were showing it off during pre-release, they were showing, like, displays where you can... Like, I can do this, and now you can see thermals. Right? You can see the thermals over there. Or over there. I can do this, and then I get the computational fluid dynamics of the aircraft. I'm not really seeing an option to display the vortices behind the wake turbulence vortices. But then again, it might only... Like, you're not really running into your own wake turbulence. Maybe it's only calculating for other aircraft. I don't know. Yeah, but computational fluid dynamics should just generate it. Like, it should just be part of that bit of math, in my opinion. Alright, this leg is 29 miles, so let's expedite.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta, reduce speed to 160 knots, traffic on final. Slowing to 160 knots, Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
I will have to do some back-to-back tests, but I did also notice that Steam VR, the render resolution that you set in Steam VR now actually affects the game. However, you make a change to the option in Steam VR, you have to then shut down VR mode and then go back in for it to take effect. In 2020, every time you move the slider, it would instantly take effect. So, I don't know. I don't know if that is on purpose, but the fact that it actually changes it is nice. The Black Angel, yeah, we are still doing the Around the World tour. I am still on the landing at every single airport in the UK portion right now. Today's flight, I started off at Cambridge, and we're still going. So I'm just essentially just sweeping back and forth over the country as I head south. I've been trying to build myself a traveling salesman route to try to go to all these places with the shortest distance traveled. So, yeah. So the route goes all over the place, but we're grabbing all the airports. We have a 14-knot wind coming in from that direction. Or, hold on. From this direction coming. Yeah, so that's why I'm going that direction, but I'm having to point the nose slightly into the wind. Oh my god, they might have fixed the fuel flow issue. Hold on. That's in kilograms. Hold on one moment. What's my opinion about SU2 in VR? In some ways the performance feels better, in other ways not so much. I don't know if it's because I'm using a Quest or whatever. I don't seem to be able to get the foveated rendering thing to work. So there's more testing that I got to do with that. I have been mainly focusing on functionality for the H125 more than VR performance, to be honest. Give me one moment. H125 fuel burn rate. $180 liters per hour. Okay.
Tree 71 Bravo Charlie, cleared for takeoff, runway 27. Cleared for takeoff, runway 27. Warrior Tree 71 Bravo Charlie.
All right, Jet A is 6.7 pounds per gallon. It looks like they fixed the fuel flow. That's good. 160 gallons is 1,072 pounds. That's about normal. Which is 486 kilograms. In the sim right now, it is saying that my fuel flow is about 180 kilograms. No, it's actually still too high. Because it's got a 4-hour using DLSS 4. I'm running a 4090, and I used DLSS Swapper to swap to the newest one. So, like, I've got all that, but it's not letting me run, like, frame generation, sadly. Yeah, I think the fuel flow might actually still be too high. Sorry, still checking. Bear with me a minute, guys. H125. Or no, it is 180. Okay. We'll see. We'll keep watching it. How did crossing the ocean go? Well, when I did that, oh God, when did I do that? Shit. That was still when I was flying 2020. We waited for the winds to be just right, and I flew from Greenland to Iceland, and then Iceland to the Faroe Islands, and I had to make sure that the winds were just right so I can get up into the jet stream. I think we ended up having, at one point, a 120 knot tailwind, and we were flying at like 14,000 feet, right? Because we didn't want to go up high enough where I required oxygen, but it was still high enough that we had a little bit of a tailwind. They might have fixed the fuel flow. All right, back to VR. Because, yeah, we're at 106 kilograms an hour. We pull full power. 160. Yep, that's about right. Now, see, I'm not used to it being in kilograms. Ours was actually listed as gallons, but that's why I had to do all the conversion stuff to make sure it was actually right. Oh no, I mean, you don't necessarily have to have a pressurized cabin. You can literally have an oxygen bottle with oxygen going into your nose. It's just above 14,500 feet. If you're above that altitude for more than 30 minutes, you're required to have oxygen. And if you're above 15,000 feet, flat out, you have to have oxygen. So, yeah. I just didn't want to have to simulate that, so I limited myself to 14,500 maximum altitude. Again, we would dip into it to clear like a cloud or so, but again, as long as you're not up there more than 30 minutes, you're fine. A lot of wind turbines over there. Kind of like all in a row, too. Kind of weird. But yeah, they might have... It looks like they fixed the fuel flow. That's good. I got to do a quick test to see if they fixed another thing. So bear with me. I'm going to make it rain. Did they fix... Oh my god, did they actually... No. Hold on. No, water's still backwards. Let me get down and land it and I'll show you the problem with the rain. In fact, you can see it here. My water droplets on these windows are going backwards. Up and forward instead of backwards and down. It looks really weird. See right there? Like that window's doing it fine. That one, the raindrops are going this way. Well, these ones are going that way. Kind of a weird bug, but... Oh, now we got rain weather. Nice. Or rain radar. Back to live weather, please. And the thing is, like, the the rain on the window, I know exactly what's causing it. They have a UV map, and the window UV is not arranged properly because the rainwater effect will sweep from one side to the other, and they have the window UV flipped 180 degrees, essentially. That's what's causing it. It's really annoying because it's like, if the files were available on the computer, I could literally go in and fix them myself. But because it's all on the cloud, can't do shit. Same with the fuel flow issue. Look at this. That's wrong. I'm sorry, never mind, I'm looking at the wrong number. I'm incredibly an idiot. I'm looking at fuel quantity, not fuel flow. Derp. I wonder, can I change this to show gallon? Because that would be very nice if I could actually change that. This thing, the display here does not seem to be fully simulated, and I can't change it to show gallons. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. Alright, where am I going? This way. Next track. Right now, the big visual thing that I wish that they would just give an option to toggle on and off, let us turn off lens flares and eye adaptation. Eye adaptation should never be a thing in a simulator, ever. Eye adaptation on its own is such a bullshit thing. Do you know what your eye does when you're looking at a screen and the screen goes full bright white? It adapts. Naturally, you don't need a computer simulating it. Like, if you have an eye adaptation graphical setting, you've got the game artificially doing an eye adaptation on top of your real eye doing the eye adapt. And it's like, no. Just simulate the light that you would be getting and let the human eye actually do what it's designed to do. You don't have to throw a secondary one in there. Cool shirt. What am I wearing? Oh yeah, awesome shirt. Yes. I don't even know what I'm wearing today. Same thing with lens flares. The human eye, unless you have astigmatism, does not lens flare. Guess what does lens flares? Lenses! Cameras! We're not using cameras. Like, this is supposed to simulate you being in the aircraft. Sorry, I'm gonna just rant about that stuff. Just little annoyances. Like, if you claim to be a simulator, let it simulate what it needs to simulate. Stop throwing all these gamification things in, please.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha, X-ray extend upwind I will call your crosswind. Extending upwind, waiting for your call for crosswind Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
Alright, so what I'm flying to right now is not an airport. It's supposed to be Warwick Castle. I don't know if it's in the sim, though. I popped that up, and I'm not seeing it on the... as a point of interest, so I don't know if it's here. I think that's it right there. Pause music. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be the castle, but I don't think it's a custom model. I think they just have something covering where it's supposed to be, I guess. So, I was hoping we actually have some fancy thing here, but not so much. Dang. Okay, never mind. That, there's a giant bicycle on the ground. Okay. We don't have a castle, but we have a giant bicycle. Alright. Cool. Continuing on. Apparently in 2020 that is actually a fully modeled castle, but in 2024 it is not. Add a HUD inside the helmet visor? Yeah. Alright, we are now going to Wellsbourne something or other. What does that say? Wellsbourne Mountford. It's cut off on my thing, so it's, all I got is Mount F. And it's like, okay. Mountford. Pause music. Look at all the animals! Hey, the horn's working. Of course, it killed my audio again. Hate that bug. Aliens like their cardio, right? Okay. It shows the aircraft position, but not, it doesn't display their proper direction. No more cables on the towers? What towers? The power lines? They've never, sadly, rendered those. Volume 10. Yeah, sadly, they've never displayed the actual lines. In real life, it's really hard to see them. Unless, and again, like, you can see the towers really well. The power lines themselves, not so much. I think attempting to try to render the power lines would probably throw the sim into a fit. That's a lot of polygons. Or can't really use a particle effect on that, can you? I don't know how they would even procedurally do that, to be honest. really wish I was able to clean my windscreen off. This must be one of the new hover poles. Volume 30. Well, in real life, we usually keep underneath, like, one of the seats or in the storage thing in the back, a bottle of water and some paper towels. So when we stop and pick up fuel, we clean the bug guts off. Also, this time of year, I don't think the bugs are in full force, so we're not really getting a lot of bugs when it's still cool. Bird. I do have an add-on that adds birds, so we'll see them every now and then. This blows my mind, though. I'm sorry. Look at how many more animals there are. We're gonna have to go to Africa and check and see if they're generating more lions or something. Because this is insane. Whoa, tree! Damn it. I'm so focused on the damn cattle that I completely missed that. I'm an idiot. Turn all my shit on. There we go. Any ducks? I haven't seen any yet, Dunfield. Look at this, though. Pay attention to where I'm going this time. Now, they are a little bit more twitchy. Some of them seem to be vanishing as I get closer. But still, that is a lot of animals. Both sheep and cattle here. It's crazy. Oh, Dunfield, yeah, they would. They would. There's still some things still need to be tweaked with the animals. It does feel that the stutter problem's gone, though. So that's good. Having animals on was causing the entire game to stutter really badly. That seemed to be fixed. Does it add bird strikes? No, it does not. Oh. Do you realize how much having a bird strike would raise the game rating? Because they'd have to be like, oh, you can kill animals, and then suddenly a flight sim is getting like a Peggy 14 rating. It's like, oh no, we hit a bird, and like, oh no, we're going down. Ah, you know, like that's like something that they would be so weird with the rating system with that. It'd be so bad. So yeah, I think they're gonna, if anything, that'll be mod only. I don't see them making that an official thing. Just to just to prevent it from changing the rating. Because again, you change the rating, that limits who they can sell the game to. At that point, it's a business decision. I know birds are a big thing in aviation, but limiting who can play your game, they want to be able to sell the game to people. They're CIA drones, sure. Seems like getting bugs is not a problem going off my windshield. I don't think killing a bug is Peggy 14. I mean, bug splats are not exactly a rating change. See the shadows from the birds? There you are. Oh, birds! Bird into the cockpit. Ooh, tree. I don't like it when the trees just appear like that. Yeah, a bunch of little boops. All right. I wonder why I have so many dead bugs on my windshield. It might be because I'm skimming the ground, dragging my skids. Dunville, right? So now, the wind is coming from that direction this way. So it's blowing me slightly to the right, which is why I have to crab into the wind slightly to the left now. Airport should be pretty much right in front of us. Gliding club. Is the amount of bugs increasing? The bug spots are definitely... Yeah, I mean, it gets thicker and more visible. Let me get to the gliding club, and I'm going to show you guys some cool visual tricks. Once you see it, you're like, oh, that, like... To me, because I understand, like, a lot of the technical reasons why they do it, I think it's frickin' brilliant. You all might be like, why are you nerding out over this? But I think it's personally brilliant. But it also, I'll try to explain the, what's happening, when I show you guys. Alright, where's the gliding club? Why is it not displaying on my map yet? Oh, because I'm half a mile. Bleh. So apparently this isn't on the map. Great, okay. Slow down. Pause music. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to sit down in the grass here, and I'm going to point directly north. Pointing west right now. North. Alright. North. Okay, there we go. Alright, so let's throttle down. And as you can see, because right now I'm not pulling any collective, there's very little wind being blown around. Turn the horn off. You can now see that the wind is essentially coming from that angle right there. Alright, so if I now go into weather and we load up rain. And I want lots of rain. Maybe. Is it gonna give... what? Why am I not getting rain? Game, please give me rain. I'm not exactly sure why it's wind from the north. Precipitation. Why is it I'm not getting any rain where I actually am? What? Density. Scatter. It just happened to be that the one area that I'm in has 0 0 rain. Are you kidding me? Come on! Give me some frickin' rain, game. I'm just gonna crank the wind speed up. So I'm gonna blow all the clouds to me. There we go, now we're getting rain. 122 knot winds. Literally have hurricane conditions outside. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna slow this down to about a 40 knot wind, okay? So now what I want to point out is as we're sitting here, rain's coming down, and you can see how the rain hits the window, and the raindrops are moving up the window, okay? Because again, the wind is blowing it this way. You see how over here, as it gets to the side, it's kind of blowing to the side here. There's like a separation where at some point the rain goes sideways, at this point it goes up. If I turn to this window, and you look at this part that is able to be opened, the rain is going from the top down. Wind is being blown backwards, but it's also gravity is pulling it down. The upper part of the window, the rain is going the wrong way. It's going forward and up, okay? That is a issue with the UV mapping, and I will get to that. If I look at this window over here, same thing. The raindrops are going up and to the front. So again, 180 degree flipped. This window right here is correct. You can see how when I highlight it, it's going backwards and down because of the wind. This window, correct. That window, correct. That window, correct. All the other windows are correct, but this is where it's going to get weird. No, live weather is unchecked, isn't it? Yeah, live weather's unchecked. The moment you set these settings, live weather becomes unchecked. Now this is where it's going to get weird. I'm going to have to get out of the helicopter for this. Okay. Now, this window. I didn't mean to open the door. This is where it gets weird. Look at this window. The wind is coming in from that way, going this direction. The raindrops on this are going backwards. But wait, there's more. The raindrops on this window, and only this window, go backwards at slow speed. Okay? If I now take this and raise the wind, see how now the raindrops are going the correct direction? Right? If I slow it down, right there, now the raindrops are going both directions. Do you guys see that? What's happening here? I think the first time I ever noticed this trick that developers did, right, was probably Gran Turismo 3. And what I mean by this is in Gran Turismo 3, they had a 3D model of the tire, okay? And they had on this tire a nice sidewall with the text on it. The rim was fully 3D, right? And what they would do is that if they just had the tire spin, you would get those 80s style videos where the car would be going and then it would look like the tire slows down and then starts rotating backwards. And then it would slow down again and then start rotating forwards again. Because that was the rotation speed of the rotation speed of the wheel was matching the frames of the camera taking the video, right? What they do in video games now, and hell, even Elite Dangerous does this. When the tire gets to the first point where it becomes a blur, they replace the high detail rim and wheel with a blurred image of the wheel. And at that point, the blurred image, it doesn't speed up or slow down, it just stays blurred, right? The rotor of the helicopter in this game does that, right? You have the 3 blades, they spin, and at one point, suddenly it vanishes and it's replaced with just a big blur, right? Now, in the flight sim, there are, like, I'm gonna have to see, okay, now at this point I might have to go in and count, so bear with me. So I'm going to slow the wind to nothing. So you have the basic rain hitting window animation. Okay, actually, watch this. I'm going to go into options, and this is where it's going to become very visible, okay? If I go into options and I go to the graphic settings and I change the windshield effects from high to medium, like that's the only 2 settings there are, is high and medium, right? High and medium are exactly the same, except for the fact that high blurs the lower to the upper, while medium, it just instantly changes. There is no blur. And what I mean by that is this. Okay? Okay, so here we have this window very clearly. You see how there was a jump there? You see how, when I move the wind speed back and forth, there's a jump. You can see the UV mapping on the glass change. So there's very clearly 1 UV map, 2 UV map, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 different UV maps for different levels of speed. Did you guys see that? I'm going to do it again. Watch. You can see it changing every time I change the speed. Again, at medium, it's very, very visible because it's a sudden jump. Now if I go back to high, it's doing the same thing, except for the fact that it blurs them. So what happens is that it loads the next bit, but then it fades that level into existence while fading the other one out. So it appears more seamless. And it, like, again, that blur effect is, it's a brilliant bit of thing to make it work. Okay, so now we're back on high. The same thing, except this time again, speed is at 0. See how much more seamless that was? You don't really see the snapping because it's fading the water droplets in. Now the catch, though, is again because it's fading between levels. Between these 2 levels, you now can see the previous one is still moving forward while the new one is moving backwards, so you have the two of them intercepting. And it creates that weird thing. But if I keep getting faster and faster, the higher level is even doing that thing where the water droplets are turning into just streams. And that one, it only jumped because of at the speed that I'm moving the wind speed bar. Isn't that brilliant, though? It's such a little detail when it comes to coding, but it adds so much. All right, back to live weather. But yeah, that kind of thing, like, that's the kind of stuff I find cool as hell. And again, I know the UV map, they just need to take the thing, and for those ones where it's going backwards, they just need to flip and invert the windows, and then it'll work fine. But until they do that, it's kind of meh. All right. Up to flight. Continuing on, heading to the southwest. Horn on. And I usually go to external view and then back end because of the bug where sometimes it just stops rendering my the helicopter audio. That was weird. In fact, here, hold on. Pause again. Adobe Substance Painter. Let me do a thing real quick. File. Recent file. What happened to my helicopter stuff? Weird. Okay. Bear with me as I get this fixed. Flight sim, where are you? There you are. Doppler effect is more for audio, not really as much for visual. Open. Paste. Okay, Paint Kit, Photoshop. What? Recent files. Why is... I am really confused now. For some reason, I cannot seem to locate. Open? Okay. Is this it? Oh, yeah, here we go. I really I really wish that oh god. Okay, so this is Substance Painter. Okay, you can essentially see how. Well, I'll wait until the audio's done. Right, you can essentially see how, like, if I'm drawing with this. If I want to draw directly on the model, I can, right? Now the thing is that when you have something like this, let's say that is like a raindrop, right? Let me see if I can do this. Sorry, I'm not super familiar with Substance Painter, so I'm still learning a bunch of shit. How do I manipulate this thing? Hold on while I figure it out. Dunpeel, there is red shifting and blue shifting. However, that is, you're talking about like speed of light and universe speeds at that point. Bear with me as I try to remember how to do this, because it has been a minute. What the hell? That's painting, baking. Physical paint. Where's the thing to grab the damn thing? Something tells me the game won't like that. Maybe don't do this when the game's running. Oh, no. This is just a different program. The game's paused anyway. I'm trying to remember how to move a texture. Hold on, I'm going to try something here. Images. Okay, right click image, save image as, pictures, save. Close that. Import resources. Add layer.
Change it to a PNG. Base color. Why is that not showing? I am so confused. Dang it. Sorry guys, I'm trying to give a good example on how all this stuff works and it's not wanting to work. Dunpeel, take care, dude. All right, I'm gonna close that because this is taking too long. Discard. All right, back to the sim. Ugh. Why is... All right, so we want to head southwest. Next track. Volume 30. $15 nautical miles. See, all of this, see all this brown? I think that's supposed to be trees. It's just something with the satellite image is really weird. Because you can see, like, the shadow from it. But why is it blobbing all into the fields and everything? The farmers wouldn't allow that. Really weird texture there. We're far enough west that we're actually getting a little bit of rolling hills again.
Burton on the water. Five miles out. Hitting at the ground.
Delta, enter right downwind, runway 15, report 3 mile final.
Right downwind, runway 15.
Sorry, I got a hair in my eye, so it's being very annoying. I think this is another closed airport because I'm what appears to be X's all the way down the runway. Both runways. More birds. I don't know what's going on with that hangar right there, but that is an extremely low hangar. Like, I can see how it's trying to generate a hangar door, but the entire building's like 2 foot tall. It's a very flat airplane. Maybe the turbulence of other aircraft have impact on my aircraft? I have that option on, but there's no other aircraft around me. So I can't get... I'm not getting turbulence off of anything I can see, at least. But that is something that Sim Update 2 added. Yeah, Sim Update 2 added the... Let me find the option. I just realized... Now that is non-VR.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta taxi to runway 16 via Alpha and Charlie. Taxiing to runway 16
I'm curious if that does anything.
824 Foxtrot Delta.
Because I don't think that... I don't know. Let me try running temporal anti-aliasing real quick. Just to see if it... I can definitely see the frame rate just dipped. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that's functioning right now. Try doing that just to see. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't matter if I'm on beta or the live game. Multiplayer still loads. It's just the stuff on your computer that is rendered is the what's going on with the beta or not. Because I've been in betas and other people have not and still seen them in multiplayer. Volume 40. I saw that bird. Yeah, I'm not liking the blur behind objects in motion, though. It's like everything's a ghost. I also, like, this thing that I'm flying over right now, what is this? What is the purpose of making little roads like that? I don't understand. Pause music. So here's now the thing that's really confusing me. Little nav map doesn't have this airport. It's saying that it doesn't exist. And I'm looking over at it, and I can see some kind of PAPI lights down there, so I'm seeing some kind of glide slope indicator or something. Why? What the hell is poking me in the face? Oh my god. And something keeps poking me in the frickin' eyeball. fucking annoying. See, and then as I get closer to it, whatever was showing up as a pappy light, I'm not seeing anything now. I think this is another farmer and or glider airstrip. Why are these shouldn't even be showing. Yeah, it's another glider airstrip. It's not an actual airport. Also, no idea why everything seems to be hovering here. What the hell? Yeah, there's something odd going on here. A bunch of vehicles hovering. Buildings are hovering. Can I fly underneath this? Or is the building from the ground up? This is gonna be funny. Oh no, you can fly underneath it. Can I land on top of it? Yep, you can land on top of it. Interesting. Huh. Very weird. Yeah, it's not listed as an actual airport anywhere. It's not even labeled as a glider field on Little Nav Map. Pause music. Lance, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Hope you're doing well today. Now, according to this, there's an aircraft at that airport, but I'm not yet seeing it. Oh, and now it shows up. Okay. GTOES. Golf Tango Oscar Echo Sierra. You can see that one moving, but I'm not seeing it. 2020, you used to be able to see the nameplates of AI aircraft a lot further out. Pause music. Kimball Air Base helicopter, Mike Delta Bravo, requesting touch and go. Oh, that didn't work. Interesting, it just changed my radio frequency on its own. Was not supposed to do that. Got how many bugs I've got on my windshield. See, again, I hate that audio bug. It should not be. The engine doesn't get quieter when you put underneath more load. It's not what happens. Frickin' weird. Don't know why it does that. I want to say this is the only aircraft that does that, right? I can't think of any other. I know for sure there's no other helicopters that do it. Pause music. More birds. Time?
7:06.
Sorry, I just had another thought. Trying to find some settings here, so just bear with me. Okay, sorry, I'm just disconnected virtual desktop because I'm changing options. Settings, I do not. Dynamic settings. Frame rate, environment quality. Is there an option to disable?
Mooney A24 Foxtrot Delta cleared for immediate takeoff, runway tree.
Video
Cleared for
buffering.
immediate takeoff, runway tree, Mooney,
Synchronous
824
space
Foxtrot
warp.
Delta.
Disabled. That crap. I hate that shit.
To parking at my discretion, and we'll stay on your frequency. 518.
All right. Oh, so much better.
558 taxi to parking
Okay.
at your discretion and stay with me.
Well, that got rid of one annoying thing that I was having. So, pause music. So, annoyingly, they developed asynchronous space warp for VR, right? And what asynchronous space warp is supposed to do is that if the renderer can't quite render the next frame in time and it knows, it'll take the previous frame that you had, but then move things slightly on it and then just pass it off as another frame. The problem with doing that is that it uses essentially what is called a Z buffer, where it looks at objects that are from the camera, go out, and if something is closer, it renders those pixels closer. The problem with a helicopter is that sometimes you have the main rotor shadow showing, and then sometimes it's not. So it looked like the sky was jumping closer and further away, like suddenly, like frame by frame. So it would like flicker wherever the rotor disc was, and it was a really weird effect. Turning that off got rid of that, so that's why I'm liking it so much better with it off. Pause music. All the bug guts. Not seeing the other aircraft.
Extend upwind aisle, call your crosswind. Extending upwind, awaiting crosswind call, Skyhawk 90001 Bravo.
Yeah, not having that
flicker is so nice.
Departure runway 7, flying 4,000 feet, departure 14.28, squawk 623, kite control.
I'm going to mess with some other settings here. Volume 10. See, the part that, to me, just, it feels really weird, okay? I'm running still a pretty decent processor and video card, right? Why is it that my computer is still struggling to maintain any kind of FPS when it's barely using... Like, Flight Sim is only using 20% of my CPU and 3% of my GPU. What? It's using 4% of my GPU. Like, how? I'm going to try something here. Hold on. We go non-VR.
Alpha 2 cleared for takeoff, runway tree 2. Cleared for takeoff, runway tree 2, Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
Developer mode on. Where is the option to display frame rate? Lance, yeah, I'm in Sim Update 2. I'm just trying to find where the frame rate thing was. Console rendering display FPS. Okay. So apparently in dev mode, I don't get... Interesting. I can't see the FPS in dev mode. Used to be able to. Oh, there it is. Never mind. It says I'm getting 30 FPS.
So wait, what is... That's weird. Limited by main thread. So it says that I'm CPU limited. But how? You're literally not even using 20% of my CPU game. What? It's allowed to use every core. Did they accidentally make it single-threaded? I hope not. Bear with me a minute, guys. I'm trying to figure out if there's something weird going on with my PC. I need to fix this. Hold on. Microsoft Flight Sim 2024.
Beechcraft 90001 Bravo, cleared to land runway 24, wind calm. Cleared to land runway 24, Beechcraft 90001 Bravo.
I'll have your clearance in just a second.
Pause music. Limited by main thread only means the game thread latency is higher than the latency your GPU can achieve. This means your GPU is able to achieve higher FPS, but the game is not finishing the main thread loop in time to achieve the equivalent latency. So there's seems to be some kind of... It might be a BIOS issue. I'm now wondering if I've possibly got something weird going on with... Four people have already voted on the windshield cleaning wish list.
Okay. Okay, bear with me one moment, guys. I'm going to my own Twitch link to copy and paste the computer specs to make sure that I'm not missing some stupidly basic BIOS setting.
Skyline 422 Alpha Mike, enter left downwind, expect short approach.
Left downwind, expecting short approach. Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
Yeah, all of my CPU cores are hovering around 30-40%. So those aren't even being maxed out. Oh my god! I'm gonna have to disassemble this mouse. I think I have a cat hair in the mouse wheel and it's causing it to scroll. I scroll down and it keeps jumping up and down. So I can't properly scroll with my wireless mouse, annoyingly. Okay, I'm gonna get to this next airport and then we're gonna restart the game because I'm gonna be switching from virtual desktop to Steam VR and see if I can test something. All right. Yeah, it says that. So I've got a overlay in the game that is matching the debug thing. Weird. Next truck.
south runway tree 2.
See? That's me trying to zoom in.
Tree 2, Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
I literally think there's a cat hair stuck in the actual wheel of the thing that's preventing me from zooming in properly. So annoying. I think I'm about to literally desolder the thing, take the mouse completely apart, clean it out, and then put it back together. Chase Farm Airstrip. Nope, we're not going there. That looks like a fun little track down there. Somebody probably has a dirt bike that they're messing with down there. It's like a rally course or something. A campground near it. Yeah, probably dirt bikes or something. I also just noticed we're getting back into photogrammetry. So, what is this, Bristol? I think this is Bristol. Another golf course. See, the photogrammetry, you then get things like this, where you can actually see these bushes and walls between the different fields and stuff. I like that extra bit of detail. It's nice. It makes a lot of the trees look really crappy. They're all lumpy. From this altitude, you don't really notice it. When you get lower, it's very visible. Volume 30.
Citation 433 Mike Whiskey, hold short of runway tree 6 traffic on final. Holding short of runway tree 6, citation 433 Mike Whiskey.
Pause music. See, again, this height, it's absolutely fine. Any lower, though, you really start looking bad. I'm looking down here, and I'm seeing, like, things loading in. There's like a clip plane right here where there's 2 levels of detail that I can see. Oh, shoot. Flying Fox Royal Navy Reserve Training Center. Nice. Yeah, it didn't exactly get the water down below either. A lot of that is supposed to be filled with water. I know that there's some people doing, what is it called? Project Coastline or something? And I think this is supposed to be a high detail bridge. Oh wait, no, is it? Oh, it is high detail. Okay. For some reason it's not labeled though. Why am I not getting labels? So wait, are point of interest labels missing again? One moment. Gotta check another setting. Interface. City markers on. No, that would probably be it. City markers. No, landmark markers are... they're on. You're just not getting it. The only reason why I noticed is that I have a marker on little nav map that says that there was a point of interest for Flight Sim 2020 for 2020 there. But apparently, yeah. That's a cool bridge. Hopefully we can fly underneath it. Okay, good. And we have birds. Fly underneath those. Getting a lot of seagulls around here, which makes sense. Another football field here. Bristol's over there. Which, in fact, that's where we're going. On to Bristol. I see something right there that I'm really curious what it is. What is that? That right there, and that right there, I don't know what those are. I mean, Lance, the frame rate in the VR headset feels better. It's just, again, like, you would think that if it could use more CPU or something, it's oh, I see what it is. It's getting the photogrammetry of the tower. It's picking up the vegetation underneath the tower, and that's what it's seeing. So these towers are actually here. It's just it's texturing them wrong is all. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm running godlike right now as well, Lance. According to my thing, my frame rate right now is 38. So, yeah. No, I mean, the part that's weird to me is that previously it'd be using almost all of my CPU to do the game. Now it's using like 20%. And it's like, can you get it to use more so I can get a higher frame rate? Because that'd be nice. Like, the game right now is using less than 10% of my GPU. And it's like, that just feels wrong.
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike extends
right?
spacing for departing traffic.
You would expect it to actually be using my graphics card. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here to Bristol. And I'm going to restart the game. We're just over a half tank of fuel. What exactly do you mean when you say no big shout out to SU2? Like, I'm trying to narrow down, like, is it something that is weird with the display on Task Manager of my CPU, GPU utilization, or what? Because right now, having the game use less than 20% of my CPU and GPU seems really odd. Like, especially because I want higher frame rates, right? And damn, aircraft just why are the aircraft just popping into existence now? And again, there's that bug where my audio, the helicopter audio, just goes away. So weird. Horn off. Yeah, but Lance, I want 90 FPS, right? If I'm using 20% of my CPU, and let me check this number again. So Flight Sim is using 25% of my CPU, and it's using 2% of my GPU. Right? OBS Studio is currently using more GPU than the game. OBS Studio is using more GPU than Virtual Desktop. Am I on maximum performance on my power plan? Unless something changed it. That's why I'm stopping and restarting the game, is to ensure. Okay, so we're going to Control Tab out of VR mode.
I'm going to go into this, and I'm going to go disable debug mode again. Advanced options, developer mode off. Alt-enter. Okay. Back to VR. Okay, and cover up, switch off. Handbrake. Quick test. Wait, did they fix it? Oh my God! They fixed it! You don't have to have the battery on for the rotor brake to work. I can mark that off on the thing. They actually that has been broken since 2024 came out. Holy shit. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, update. Oh, I hate that fucking mouse. Okay. Alright, radar, alternate system light, twist knobs, maybe blah, blah, blah. That's freaking great that you don't have to have the battery on to make the cable-operated brake, cable-operated rotor brake function. That's funny. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna go main menu, leave VR, quit the desktop. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I am gonna stop using virtual desktop. So that means push this, quit. Okay, so virtual desktop is now off. Go to the computer, virtual desktop, exit. Right click, NVIDIA control panel. Global settings. Power management mode. It's prefer maximum performance. So I don't see how that... Let me go into program settings and make sure there's not an override in it. Oh, that's so annoying. So many things are named Microsoft something or other that it becomes a pain in the ass to find the damn program. Microsoft Gaming Overlay? No. So there's not any overrides for Flight Sim at all. Is there a way? I don't exactly. Nope, does not. Okay. Check Nvidia app to see if it's set to max performance. Nvidia app. That's doing an update now, apparently. Close. Graphics. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Now, it does have a thing that says, game isn't optimized, and then an optimize button. I wonder if it is overriding something. Power management mode, yeah, prefer maximum performance. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, guys? Hold on one moment. Let me pull open this thing real quick. When is the next break? Oh, break happens in... Did we just have an ad break? Damn it. I need to use the bathroom. I'm gonna press this optimize button and have it do a thing. But I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. So push that button, play those. I will be right back, guys. Still a little bit awkward to climb into this thing. I need to figure out. I kind of want to
see if I can keep the cockpit further away from the desk and then adjust things or something. I don't know. I think forcing myself to try to be where my chair is I don't know, an issue. Okay, so now I push the optimize button. Why is it not optimizing? Oh, it changed everything. Okay. So now with that, so now this time, we're going to do it slightly different. Instead of using virtual desktop, I'm going to attempt to use Steam VR instead. So let's do Steam VR. Connect. Okay. Let that all boot up. Okay, so we're in Steam VR. Okay. I think I have... Steam VR is not set as the default OpenXR runtime. Set as default, whatever. Okay. Okay, headset is set to 90 hertz refresh rate. That's where I want it. Okay, resolution per eye right now is 100%. And I'll get to why that's important in a moment. So now, start up Flight Sim. Hopefully it picks it up. Sorry, when I'm doing that, I'm looking past my nose, and they're good. So it is picking it up. Now, I have music turned off. It's really weird that it seems like every other time I restart the sim, it plays the sound sometimes, but not all the time. Set that there so I don't spill it. But the moment that it's done with the opening video, the sound will just cut out. See, right there. So just past 50% loaded, it actually loads it. Interesting. Okay, back to VR. And now we do... I've lost the mouse pointer. Let's start it. Come on. Okay, and now, Control Tab. That should bring us into VR. There we go. Okay. You guys see my view, correct? I hope. Alright, so free flight. We are going to go over to Bristol, which I now have an idea of where that is. Alright. Bristol. Where is the airport that we landed at? Was it there? Yep. Actually see a couple easy jets getting ready to take off. That aircraft probably just taxied from here out and it hasn't updated to go wherever the hell they're going. Alright, so... Sure. Start flight. And then we're going to check CPU and GPU performance and see what it is using Steam VR. It'd be nice to have the little button. There it is. Ready to fly. Okay, so now what is my CPU and GPU performance? I am now using 40% of the CPU. However, it is currently using 0% of my GPU. When I look at VR server for Steam VR, it is using 16% of the GPU. Why is it not using? I am so confused. But I'm using 41% of the CPU now. But again, just the fact that we don't have any GPU use. I'm now up to 50% CPU, so it's using it. Steam VR is actually using it. So now, okay, so this is where it's going to get weird. So just bear with me as I try to explain this, guys, okay? So I'm going to leave VR. I'm going to go into Steam VR. There's settings options, okay? And just for shits and giggles, I'm just going to show you guys a couple different things, okay? So let me open up this display capture. Okay, so on screen, this is the Steam VR settings. Right now, I have my headset resolution set for 100%. Okay? If I take that and I lower it down to 20%, okay? And then I go back to the sim, watch what it looks like. Now, the frame rate, it purposely looks like shit. You can see that, like, that's really low resolution. Like, it's very pixelated. You guys see that? Look at the word helicopters in Airbus helicopters. Super pixelated. Right? But now, if I leave that view and open that up again, where is it? And now I'm going to take that, I'm going to crank that up. Bump that up to 200% render resolution. And then do it again. Look how much better that is. Now it's super sharp. Right? So that is something that before Sim Update 2, that was not working. Now, me doing that, what is my... I'm now using 82% of my CPU and 60% of my GPU.
So that's the trick, is to use the Steam VR render resolution to trick it into actually using the GPU. That's insane. Okay. The catch now is, what frame rate is it getting? To maintain 90 hertz, it needs to take 11.1 milliseconds per frame. The problem is right now it's taking 22 milliseconds per frame, so we're probably only getting 45 hertz. I'm messing with some settings, so just bear with me a minute, guys. Oh, I'm aware 45 fits into 90, but I'd actually have 90 real frames instead of 45 real frames and 45 fake frames. See, now I might have to restart this in a moment, so bear with me again. Just for shits and giggles, let's go into VR, graphics. And we're going to take that. Yes, I'm aware. Just take it down to medium. No dynamic settings. I'm wondering if foveated rendering actually works with Steam VR. Maybe. Let's see if it does. I am not seeing... I'm not seeing any foveated rendering. Okay, everything's on Ultra. I think I need to go back to main menu and then back in to get this to work, though. Because it's something with render resolution. Or not render resolution, what am I talking about? It's not in the game engine right now. And now we... set as departure. Try this again. Okay, and then back to VR. Well, that was weird. It didn't require me to hit the fly button.
Oh, that's bad. It's really, really bad. We're maybe 20 FPS. That's really bad. Yeah, there's something with that is not happy at all. So bear with me. Again, it's finding the balance now is going to be the hard part. Oh my god. Did I just break the computer? I might have just stopped something that I needed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I might have broken something. Oh no, there it is. It's back. Weird. What seems to be the problem? The game isn't using my GPU. And sorry, I'm gonna a stupid test. I'm stopping the copy of OBS that I have on the game PC just to see if anything different happens here. Back to VR. Yeah, see, with all the settings cranked up to ultra, it's taking 30 milliseconds to render a frame. Which, that's less than 30 FPS. Yeah, but again, like, the Nvidia settings, the only video card I have is the 4090. Like, there's no other video cards to send it to. I'm checking it now to make sure that it's not doing some bullshit setting somewhere where it's trying to use, like, a video card that doesn't exist or some weird shit. Does it have an integrated one? It's disabled in the BIOS, so it shouldn't even be able to see it. Hold on. I just realized that the Nvidia app had it G-Sync monitor thing. I'm wondering if that was doing some weird shit. Because I never turned that on. It'll drag a 4090 to 25 FPS or less if you got high settings. Thing that a lot of people also don't realize is that medium in Flight Sim 2024 is ultra on 2020. So just starting off at medium and then doing the render resolution, you can get pretty damn close. Like they definitely built 2024 for future hardware.
Yeah, I'm making sure the G-Sync thing is off. G-Sync settings off. Apply. Okay, Alt F4. I'm wondering if that... You know what it was? No, I did turn G-Sync on. I turned it on because I was trying to get rid of a tearing issue in Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's what it was. So that might be why it's having difficulty. It's because I did that to get rid of the tearing. Like, I could get 120 FPS. My monitor's a 165 hertz refresh rate. But it was getting to the point where I was getting some... Especially when moving the map up or down, it was getting really bad tearing through the middle of the screen. So I turned on the G-Sync. That's what it was. And it got rid of the tearing and still maintained 120 FPS. Now, the reason why this video you're looking at right now looks like it's twitching really bad is because it is a... It's stabilizing, because this is the full video, but with VR, it's zoomed in, right? And the VR thing is trying to stabilize the image as it snaps from one thing to another. It's really weird. You can see how it's trying to stabilize everything. And you can see how it's like twisting everything. It's really weird. Okay, get away. Go away. Don't need that. Alright, let's try this again. Except this time, let's go back to this. Graphics. And return back to medium. That's what we're going to start off as. DLSS, balanced. Sure. Foveated rendering off. We're just get it to the base stuff before we mess with that. Okay, so back to Bristol. Free flight. Bristol. The fact that I can't scroll properly with that damn mouse is so annoying. Alright, back to Bristol. Departure. Start flight. Okay. Steam VR is still running. Birds on the ground next to the helicopter. That's great. There is a new DLSS swapper update too. I'm using one version back. Well, it was up to date yesterday. All right, ready to fly and VR.
Okay, I mean, right now the frame rate seems really decently high. What is my CPU and GPU use? Okay, CPU, I'm now using 40% of the CPU. GPU, I'm still using only 20. So let's go out of VR, back to Steam VR. Settings. Crank that resolution per eye up to, say, 200% again. Okay. And back into VR. I'm probably getting 80 FPS now. Much better though. I'm trying to fine tune that. Oh damn, motion blur. Hate motion blur. I'm trying to fine tune that resolution per eye to try to get that 90 FPS. Let's see here. What other setting can I do? Because this doesn't have the option to do Okay, back to VR again. Yeah, like the frame rate in the headset right now feels good. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm now permanently tipped backwards though. Let me go out of VR. Bring the view down. Try that again. That's better. I'm not tipped back looking at the sky. All right. Now, in real life, you'd go into the back and you'd rotate the tail until the main rotor is split where the gap between the rotor blades is backwards, and then this entire thing lifts all the way up where you can see like the entire engine compartment. And you can actually get into there and actually check down where the air comes into the engine, the air intake on the top. This is just extremely low right now. I wish... Can I... Oh! Okay, I can. Good. Can crouch underneath. I wish that it displayed cargo. Because according to this, I have cargo in the aircraft, but I don't see it. So it's like, come on. Alright, good to go. Seeing double on stream, I apologize. Yeah, you guys are seeing the raw image instead of the VR view. So if I do this, now you guys see the VR view. That's stabilized. Alright. Now, also, I don't know if this is a... This is new. The aircraft starts with the rotor brake pulled, which you usually do. Like, when you stop the aircraft, the rotor brake is held down. So the fact that they do that, that is of interest. Kind of neat, but okay. Oh, I don't like that. VR controller should not be moving that. Hold on. We gotta fix that right now. I hate it when the thing's taking control of shit. So let's do MetaQuest controller left. And we're going to do... Come on. Please load. There we go. Flight control surfaces. Yep. Delete. Apply to... I'm guessing that's supposed to be all aircraft? It's not removing it. Why is it not removing it? Okay, so do I just hover over it then? Is that what you do? Okay, so apparently it did delete it. It just visually wasn't removing it. Weird. Oh, that's new. Showing your inputs. That's new. Interesting. Good to know. Go back over here. Yeah, it should be zoomed in. Well, hold on, wait a minute. Maybe not that far zoomed in. Hold on. I might have bumped a setting here. Thank you for letting me know. Oh my god, it was way zoomed in. What is going on? Sorry guys, I'm trying to... Thank you for letting me know about this. It's something weird is going on. Alright, so... Again... Sorry while I fix some things. Okay, the way that I do
the way that I do this is it is supposed to... Wait a minute. What the hell is going on? Non-VR? What the hell is going on, game? That is not what my monitors is. Confirm. Keep. Yeah, that is... Okay, there. Now it... Okay. I think Nvidia might have changed some settings, because holy shit. That was odd. Okay. Oh, I've broken all my shit. Bear with me as I attempt to fix everything again. Okay, so now I go into VR. You guys should see two equal-sized left and right images. Okay, good. So now we can go back, back, and now you guys see double, correct? Okay. So what I do is I duplicate the window, which this is where everything is busted now. I'm going to try to walk you guys through how I do this. I'm using OBS to duplicate the big window. And what I do is I then take that left-right image and I crop it to get rid of the right eye. So the right eye is now completely cropped out. Okay, 1,280 pixels cropped off the right side. So now we have now isolated the left eye only. Okay, so let me... There, okay? So we've now isolated left eye only. What I then do is I then apply a video stabilizer filter. Okay? Which there you can see how it is tracking everything on the screen. And that purple box, everything outside the purple box, it uses that to kind of filter stuff. So now the big thing is, if I now turn the test mode off, look at the left eye versus the right eye. See how the left eye is a lot more smooth and stabilized? While the right eye, if I have it on my head and I'm just talking, you can see how it's just jittering like crazy, right? The right side right now is not stabilized, while the left side is, right? So it's essentially using the same kind of hyper smooth things that like GoPros use to make it look nice. It's just a fancy bit of processing to find the points and track those points to get rid of the little jitters. And then what I do is I then take that left eye and I resize it so it fills the entirety of the thing and center it. And that should give you guys a nice proper view of what I have out the left side of my eye. Right? So it gives you guys a good field of view, but it gets rid of all the jitters. Right? Hopefully. All right, let's continue. Sorry, I do a bunch of like weird technical shit with my streams like that. All right, so let's recenter. Okay, there's that. Forward, back, side to side. Tail rotor. Okay. Battery on. Garmin. Oh! Wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Alt enter? I am confused. Alt enter.
1.4.9.0. We haven't had a game update today. Did they literally fix that? No. So, the Garmin GPS and your avionics should all be tied to the avionics switch. That should not be turning on yet. Only when you flip the avionics switch, like that. See? That right there. Then all the gyros here and that should turn on at the same time. Horn works, anti-collision lights, fuel pump, engine on, cover down, lights are on. Okay, so I just removed all the extra weight, the invisible 170-pound people in the back seat. Okay, I'm also going to load up say intentions. Tune to ATIS. This reset again. Weird. Nope, can't zoom in and out with that. Just have to use the mouse. It's tuned to ATIS, but I'm not hearing anything. Weird. Okay. Rolling up, horn on. Tuning tower. Oh my god, that was loud. MacGyver, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Hope you're doing well. The big aircraft in front of us just vanished and replaced with the CJ-1. Bristol Tower, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo, requesting takeoff from the north pad, departing to the north.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, winds 290 at 15. Takeoff from the north pad will be at your own risk.
At own risk, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. Cool, and we have clearance. Yeah, helicopters, we don't usually require the use of a runway, so a lot of times they'll just be like, at own risk, and you're good to go. Let's get out of here. Hate these people standing so close to me.
Looking for trees. Alright, good to go. Next track. Volume 30. Got a couple quarries over here. Volume 20. I don't know what it is. Between virtual desktop and now, the music volume seems a lot louder now. Now, we're surrounded by photogrammetry. That's why everything looks like blobs. I hope they're able to figure out something where their AI can remove the blobby trees and just replace with normal trees. But keep the housing photogrammetry or something. But then again, that looks like crap too from this altitude. Volume 5.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 29, Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2. Contact ground on 121.903, jet 21007.
Birds.
November 5, Mike Romeo, welcome to Bristol. Contact ground on 121.903.
Ground 121.93, and thank you for the recovery.
Yeah, see, like a lot of the houses here, the photogrammetry looks okay, but the trees just make it look like crap. But then, you get 500 feet up, and now it looks decent, because now everything kind of melts together. Yeah, if they can get the AI to go, oh, this green blob is most likely a tree, and then lower it down to, like, get rid of the blob, that would be nice, and then just replace it with their own trees. It would probably make it look a lot better. I'm guessing... It's like I'm seeing a lot of, like, reddish-brown roofs here. Is it something with whatever shingle's being used? It's got to be something with local area, right? There's some kind of mineral that's that color in this area. I do have to say, maintaining your vertical speed when doing a maneuver like that, it's a lot harder to do it in a simulator because you can't feel the G-forces of you going up and down. In real life, when you do that, you have that exterior sight picture, but you can also kind of tell if you're going up or down. Kind of a weird thing.
Kilo Echo is clear of runway 09, request passage to park.
On to the next airport.
Golf Kilo Echo taxi departing via hotel, good day.
Alright, so we're heading south again. UK default ops for roof tiles are reddish-brown clay. Okay. See, like, I don't know anything about housing construction there. I know a lot of the buildings are, like, stone, brick, concrete, right? Like, houses there are designed to hold heat in, right? If I remember correctly. I know here in the US it's a lot of wood frame. MacGyver right now, yeah, Sim Update 2 is simply for testing purposes. If you opt into Sim Update 2 right now, your entire career mode will be replaced. Your regular career mode, nothing is lost. It's just, it overwrites everything for testing purposes. Check thermals. Oh yeah, there's a few. Let's see how much this throws us around when we fly through this. Yep, you can see my vertical speed. It's being pushed up. And we got through it, now it's going back down again.
Water sucks. It really, really sucks.
Colton Gent, yes, I am using a Quest 3 right now. Talking about VR headsets, did you guys see that they announced the Big Screen 2? Oh, I want to get that thing, but it's like $1,200. 35 pixels per degree. This is only 25. It is a wired headset because it's designed to be just pure function, no extra stuff like batteries or processing in the headset itself. Yeah. But it has eye tracking. That's another thing that's like, oh, that just, oh, it'd be so good. MRTV had a showcase yesterday in Germany. Nice. Majorly wood construction is not a thing. Okay, yeah. Here in the U.S., it's yeah, it is all the time.
Alpha X-ray extend upwind I will call your crosswind. Extending upwind, waiting for your call for crosswind. Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
We are just cruising.
Mike Romeo Hotel, wind 290 at 7, runway 27, cleared to land.
Winds 290 at 7, runway 27, clear to land, Mike Romeo Hotel.
Mike Romeo Hotel, welcome to Bristol. Contact ground on 121.903.
Pause music. Sim volume 20. So my biggest pet peeve with Pimax is that they, like, Pimax, they're continuously pushing the boundaries on what the headsets can do. The part that makes it upsetting for me with Pimax is they do a headset, they release it, and like 3 to 4 months after the headset's released, they've already moved on to the next thing. So they essentially don't support it anymore. That's my biggest pet peeve with theirs. Now, they did kind of change that with their latest one, because you can buy like upgrade screen components and stuff, which stretches the usefulness of a frame out a little bit more. But it's just, that's my biggest pet peeve with Pimax. Got a dam down there. Yeah, the modular thing, I think, will, if they can maintain that modularity and then just, it's essentially just keeping the same software, that means that hopefully support will be better. Sim volume 60. This might be short.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, you're leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved. Helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. Airwolf.
Warrior 371 Bravo Charlie, hold short of runway 09, awaiting further clearance. Holding short of runway 09, Warrior 371 Bravo
Nope.
Charlie.
121.9 and 3 Ryanair, Mike Tango Foxtrot.
Ooh, a little bit up and over. I don't know what's around this corner.
Contact departure on 125.855. 125.855, Ryanair, Mike Echo Foxtrot.
Like I said, that was going to be short. I can't use the full song, dang it. All right, continue. Trying to get back on course now. Stop all commands. Like, there's no point in playing the song if I'm just flying straight and level. Bah humbug, I need a bigger canyon. My opinion on... I saw, hold on. My opinion on the new Elite ship. The Corsair. The Imperial Corsair. It's gonna make the Clipper obsolete. Doesn't it have, like, 3 large, 3 medium? That's already, like, A large and A medium more guns than what the Clipper has. And the Clipper is a large ship. This is an actual medium ship in that game. So, Poji, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, my thing with every ship that I fly in Elite, they all have to earn their names. So they usually get purchased, I play it, and then after some event happens, then they earn their name. So I don't really pre-name my ships. I'm really far back in the seat. Hold on. That's better. Or wait, no. That's better.
Warrior 371 Bravo Charlie, make right traffic, runway 29, report midfield. Making right traffic, will report midfield, Warrior 371 Bravo Charlie.
More birds. Dune Awakening, right? Oh, that's right. That is coming out, isn't it? Sorry, I'm trying to get my positioning in the cockpit right. The wind is coming directly from our right side, so I'm going that way, but my nose is pointed that way. Anything of interest nearby? I don't see any point of interest. Volume 20. Next track. Hey, the low rotor horn's working, though. Come on, you can get into it. There you go. I think I saw a cat, right? Oh yeah, the flickering is the rotor. In real life, it's blurring so much the human eye doesn't see it. In the sim, it's still a texture, so it does some weird flickering every now and then. I wish there was a keybind to make that iPad display show up and vanish. Sorry, I'm checking my map real quick.
Tower Echo Romeo 8386 requests descend to 2500 feet because of cloud.
EGDG. EGDC.
Feet, Echo Romeo 8386.
Is the mouse...
Echo
Oh my god.
8386.
I have no
You're
mouse.
losing my airspace.
There it is.
Frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, Echo Romeo 8386.
Frickin' weird. Yeah, there might not be a lot to see here. It's just because of my personal goal to land at every airport in the UK, that's why we're going here. There's just a lot of different airports. I'm not landing at all the helipads. Also heading vaguely towards Stonehenge. Roughly, yeah, I think I have it marked. I'm pretty sure I have it marked. Now you're making me double check, hold on. Hi, Cricket. What are you up to?
Actually, technically, I'm actually flying away from Stonehenge right now. Here, hold on. Pause music. So let me show you my current route. So I'm using Little Navmap, and so far, okay, so today we started off at Cambridge. So we started off there, okay? We flew essentially this today, okay? And then I don't know what was going on with this portion of the route, but you can see we kind of flew all around Bristol. But we're currently right here.
Takeoff runway 14. Cleared for takeoff runway 14. November 371 Bravo Charlie.
And you can see how the route is then taking us down and around, and we got to go all the way out here and then back before we... And see, again, there's no airports out here, right? And again, I got rid of all the farm airports. Anything that's a grass strip, we're not landing at. But as you can see, Exeter, Dunkswell, Merrifield Navy, CERN, and then somewhere Salisbury Cathedral. Stonehenge is somewhere here. I swear I just saw it a moment ago. Silverstone Circuit. So we will be going back up to the racetrack. Where was Stonehenge? I swear I just saw it. Oh, yeah, right there. So we will be going to Stonehenge. It's further on the route. So again, we're there. We got to go through all this. Go back up north again. So we might get to Silverstone today. It's a ways away. It's a ways away. A few hours at least. Reposition windows. But yeah, we'll make our way there. Not a lot of population density. Yeah, makes sense. All right. But see, that's also one of the reasons why I keep popping this up and taking a look around, because I'm not entirely convinced the sim is showing point of interest anymore. That might be a bug. Man, I apologize, guys. I am having something poke me in my left eye every time I put the headset on. What the hell is poking me in the face? Like, I don't have any stray hairs coming down, but it's always the left eye. Okay, try that again. All right. Back to the sim.
GIM. Game, sim, combine the two, you get GIM. That's
heading 270 vectors for sequencing.
how my brain is working right now.
Heading 270 Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie.
Intention is to land back at Bristol Airport, Golf Echo Golf Bravo Whiskey. Negative on runway 27, we've got civil complete engine failure. Position at 4,000 feet, rapidly descending.
Rogue eyebrow, it might be. I might need to go pluck my eyes.
Of Bristol Airport. Intention is to land
That sounded wrong.
Now declaring an emergency. Mayday, Golf Bravo Whiskey.
The recording of somebody declaring an emergency. Interesting. So again, like when it comes to geography, like I know like roughly where countries are. I don't know where the towns and geological features are inside of a lot of the countries. It seems on the western side of the UK is a lot more hills and stuff, right? I know flying through Wales was interesting because the terrain was rougher like this. Is France very flat, or because I know they've got mountains down near where France and Spain meet up. I'm not super familiar with like the terrain of France. Cyanide lives in Exeter. Very cool. I think I remember, again, this is one of the things, this, to me, this is something that I'm like really excited about, is that as I'm doing these flights, right, I just flew through Bristol, okay? My brain will now forever know where Bristol is. When someone goes, oh, Bristol, my brain now knows where exactly in the UK it is, right? Someone says Edinburgh, I know where Edinburgh is. Right? Like that to me is cool as hell. And that's one thing of why I'm really enjoying this land at every airport challenge that I decided to do, is I'm now getting a much better idea of where these locations are. But again, I'm yelling, aren't I? I'm yelling again. I know it. Move the microphone away from my face. West side of France runs up against the Alps. Okay, that's right, it does, doesn't it? But yeah, because I changed everything to we're landing at every paved airport, it's going to definitely fly everywhere. Say Edinburgh, yeah, I had people teach me. I'm not going to be like Edinburgh. Like, no. Edinburgh. Like, I literally know people that live there. So, yeah. I've been trying to figure out how to pronounce them correctly. I am drifting off course.
Skyhawk 505, Alpha Mike, turn left heading 090, contact departure. Left to heading 090, contacting departure, Skyhawk 505, Alpha Mike.
Wherever that aircraft is, I don't see it. East side of France, okay. I wonder what causes that kind of geological shape there. This kind of big dish. I see like a river flowing through there, but I'm just wondering about that valley specifically. I mean, I guess there can be water running through it.
There's definitely a pond or something going through that. The big raised upland lump called Massive Central in the middle of France. Okay. Yeah, see, it's like this. It's the part that, like, I'm excited to start realizing exactly where these other towns and stuff are. Like Nice. Nice? I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing that too. I don't know exactly where that is. I think it's on the southern coast, but I'm not entirely sure. And it's like, that's one of those things of, like, I'd like people to know exactly where it is. A lot of softest, if it's sandstone, limestone, that makes sense then. Oh, the fact that they fixed the fuel burn rate in this helicopter. It was essentially doubled up. Now we can actually fly for 4 hours before refueling, instead of just 2. Or more like, fly for an hour and a half and then panic. Is how it has been. Next track. Geologically, they have boreholes in the area. Okay. What am I doing? Pause music. Pause music. I'm using the wrong playlist. '90s Britpop. Here we go. I've been trying to use playlists of the country that I'm flying through, so there's going to be a lot of songs that I'm not going to be able to understand the language coming up. Too far south for old Glacian features in that part of the UK. Volume 20.
Foxtrot Delta cleared for immediate takeoff, runway tree. Cleared for immediate takeoff, runway tree, Mooney, 824 Foxtrot Delta.
See, that right there, I think, is somebody's actual recording.
This is Blue Island 4.
That's somebody's actual recording.
At 7 facial feet, en route for ILS runway 27.
Blue Island 472, London control identified. Good morning.
I think that was an AI voice. don't know if it's coming across on the video as much, but do you guys see how little control input I'm using to roll? Like, it's so little. Like, I mean, from here to here, like, it's actually exaggerated in the sim. Like, I'm barely moving my fingers, right? My wrist is just sitting on my leg. Don't really have to move my wrist much at all. Hello, cow.
Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike, extend downwind, I'll call your base. Extending downwind, awaiting base call. Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike.
I'm trying to fly lower because I think the higher I go, the higher the wind speeds are. And right now, the wind is essentially coming in like that at 22 knots, so it's kind of blowing me to the left. Hold on. I think this program did it again. Ah, crap. I think it stopped scrolling my chat window down. Hold on. Yeah, it did. Weird. Oh, and now I'm twisted in the cockpit. It's like, can you not, please? Sim volume 50. Sim volume 40. Volume 30.
542 Alpha X-ray, cleared for takeoff, runway 21, caution, wake turbulence.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 21, Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
The radar altimeter is supposed to beep when you cross that threshold, and it's not doing that either. Pause music. So, in real life, when flying around, a lot of times you essentially just get into a pattern. So you sit there and you come in and you're checking your instruments, airspeed, altitude, vertical speed. You know, you check all this, and then you start looking outside. And then you usually scan from one side or the other, and it's essentially, in my case, I look out and I'm like, looking around, not seeing anything. I then move my head and then continue scanning. Move my head, continue scanning. So you see me do that a lot. Whenever you see me doing essentially that, that is what I am trying to do. I'm trying to look outside and identify birds or other aircraft or anything like that. It just happens to be that a lot of times when you lock your head to the horizon and then you just only move your eyes, a lot of times you can catch irregular motion, parallax, a little bit easier. So that's the reason why I kind of do that. Volume 20. Pause music. Okay, I think right there's the runway, I think.
Holding short of runway 33 Beechcraft, November 9001 Bravo.
Looks like it. Pause music. I feel that the lights overall are really weak during the daytime. The beacon light that should signify where the airport is, you should see that thing during the day. Now, this runway does have X's all over it, meaning it is closed. But whatever, we're still landing here. Start slowing down. We are at about 30% fuel, so we're actually going to top off here. So I am looking for fuel Bowser, another bird. Where are you? Got a helipad there. We're going to expedite. Looking for fuel. There it is. So right there, I pitched back a lot. Essentially, rotor disc compared to the air, I went a lot more angle of attack. So that's why when I did that, I dumped the collective. I lowered it a lot to reduce the amount of lift to try to prevent the aircraft from bobbing up in the air. It bobbed up mainly because I was trying to explain and took my hand off the control. Alright, and we tend to land with the left side of the aircraft facing it because that's the side that the fuel port is on. In real life, you wouldn't get out of the aircraft with the engine running, but this isn't real life. So essentially, whoa, nope, close that. That's your fuel container. Put the key in, take that off. Come over here, pull the thing out, stick it in, and pump fuel. I hear ya, shut up. Low rotor horn. Alright, let's top off fuel. So, you see this little pink purplish bar here? Right now, we've got 124 kilograms worth of fuel. We're going to top it off. And now the fuel tank's completely full. You sit there and, when you're doing this, in aircraft, mass and balance, fuel, you load it. You have this quick fill bar here. So if you wanted to empty it out, say 38%, click load aircraft, and then it loads to that amount of fuel. So I'm glad they updated that too. That quick fill thing didn't work for a period of time. Okay, rolling up. Horn coming on. I know the horn's annoying, but it's one of those things of you want to make sure the horn's working. So as the rotor RPM is going up, you want to make sure that the horn turns itself off too. So it's kind of a function check to make sure that the horn, you know, works. Okay, good to go. RPM has stabilized. 395 RPM. Okay. And we are now heading southwest. Picking up. It does feel very sticky when you have a single skid on the ground. And then it releases that grip way too quickly. Like, as you're putting more and more weight on the rotor system, the friction of the skid should lessen. Next track. Birds. A lot of birds. I see some vehicles down at the beach. This looks like mainly a port.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray cleared for takeoff, runway 21, caution wake turbulence.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 21, Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
Got a bridge down there. Just had a random thought. I don't think, does Little Navmap have an app that puts anything in? What is this? Nope, that's not what I need. That is that, just bigger. Oh, but that's full function. Ooh, 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 hold on a minute. Oh, I'm gonna cheat. We're putting that right there. If that's the case, shit. Trying to get it positioned properly. It's a pain in the ass. Hell, just having that'll be nice. There, now I've got... I wonder... If I do this... Does it update this? No, it does not. Dang it. Oh no, I broke it! Shit. I broke it. Oh, okay. Note to self, don't push that button again. Ah. I didn't realize that was going to minimize it. Okay. Better. Does that show up for you guys? That GPS unit? It does. Nice. Okay.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta, reduce speed to 160 knots, traffic on final. Slowing to 160 knots. Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
The Digital Ninja, thank you very much for the resub, man. Hope you're doing well. Hold on, hold on. It read it out, but the thing was, I swear, why does it... Pause music. Went to New York, got to ride in a okay, very cool. Oh yeah, like New York can be very, very busy, yes. I've never had to fly around New York City. That'd be insane. The crazy thing though too is like, oh, we got ad breaks too, damn it. They've got like special airspace that goes underneath all the Bravo controlled airspace to allow people that want to like fly around the Statue of Liberty and stuff. And Striker Wolf, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, hey Cricket, come here. Cricket, Cricket, hey, come here. Cricket, Cricket, Cricket. Cricket! What are you doing? Hey! Cricket's like, yeah. Oh yeah, they're like, it's super, super busy. Like, it's... My understanding is that over the Hudson, helicopter traffic is... or aircraft traffic, I should say, is essentially the same as like a road, right? Right side of the road in the U.S., everyone's going that way. Left side of the road, everyone's going the other way. It's another one of those physical separation things to keep people from essentially going head on. But they just separate the airspace over the river for that. Crazy storms last night. We had some really bad, like, thunder and lightning a few days ago. Pretty insane. Okay, I also just realized I'm way off course. I should have been going that direction, not this direction. I'm like following the coastline, which was supposed to go direct. Whoops. Pause music. Alright, let's see if we can figure out where we need to go. I think that's where we're going. Direct to.
371 Bravo, Charlie cleared to land runway 27, caution birds on final.
Cleared to land runway 27, Diamond Tree 71 Bravo, Charlie.
Echo Golf, Uniform Victor. That's not right. That's a J. It's not a U. There we go. And again, I'm off course. Now I wonder... It's sending something. Let's check and see if this actually... if this is actually working. That'll be nice. It is! Oh, very cool. So, this is now outputting to this, so you can actually see the thing go off-center. That's cool. Awesome. Wind is coming directly from our right to left. So again, it's the reason why I'm flying that way while pointing this way.
Skyline 422 Alpha Mike, extend upwind, I will call your crosswind. Extending upwind, awaiting crosswind call, Skyline 422 Alpha Mike.
Is there a way? There should be a way to make this track up. There it is. Track up. That's better. Track up tends to be a little bit easier to tell if you're on route or not, instead of using north up. North up is really good for, you know, figuring out where you are on a map. Track up is better for making sure you're actually on the route when you have a route set. Again, it's all personal preference, though. Now, in fact, if you look at this one, see, this GPS is not... Pause music. This GPS is the one that's built into the sim. This is one that I paid for. So this is a full function. It actually runs through the Garmin software, Garmin simulator. So it is complete full function. This blue line you have here is actually the track, the direction I'm going. And you can see how the aircraft is slightly canted to one side. I want that blue line to essentially be parallel to the purple route that I have. So you can see direct is compass heading 197, and I'm currently tracking 198, so I'm a degree off. So if I go slightly to the left, now 196, now I should bring myself a little bit closer to the thing. And according to this, we are 4.6 miles away. Yeah, Davidstown Moore. 4.3, yep. In real life, I would not want to fly this close to these because they also give off wing vortices. It'll throw you around.
Skyhawk 90001, Bravo, enter right base, runway 22. Right base, runway 22, Skyhawk 90001, Bravo.
One mile out, I'm gonna start really slowing down. Ooh, had a little bit of audio stutter there. That was weird. I think I'm still technically using the wireless. It's sending the signal over wireless. So I'm not using the link cable. So I might still have a little bit of interference. I need to reposition my router and stuff so I have direct line of sight. It is inside the closet over there, but again, that's still a couple pieces of thin wood and some drywall maybe. All right, where to next? Echo Golf Hotel Quebec. 18.5 miles on both. Good. Let's go. Pause music. Having the power lines this close to the airfield is slightly concerning, though. I need to see if there's a way to put this full function GPS unit in the spot that the stock one is. Because... FCR embedded. What the hell is that?
Citation 433 Mike Whiskey, hold short of runway 36 traffic on final.
Oh, that's
Short of runway
no, don't
36,
need that.
Citation 433 Mike Whiskey.
I'm not doing recordings. Yeah, see, I have this GTN 750. I think I need the GTN 450. I think it's a smaller one. Let's see if I can get that installed. Malik's flying over the house, right? Hold on. Wait, what? What is... Why is it... This is still missing stuff. Weird. Moo! Yeah, I do think they did fix whatever was causing the stutters with the animals. So I am really glad of that, because I enjoy trying to find animals. Now, that being said, ooh, hold on. Let me go back in here. Let me crank the animals back up to max. Ultra. I want road traffic too. Oh no, it reset. Ah, shit. Where did I say I was going? There we go.
Citation November 4.
Yeah, this is the test mode. They fixed a few things in this aircraft too, which I'm really psyched about. Okay, so I bumped animals back up to Ultra. Let's see if we can find the huge field of hundreds of cows again. Or sheep or something. 5 miles out from the airport. Got a wind farm in front of us. Airport might be on the other side of the wind farm. Oh, man. Game time.
15:05.
Okay, yeah. Clock in the game is set for local time. Two miles out.
Skyhawk 9001, Bravo, enter right base, runway 22. Right base, runway 22, Skyhawk 9001, Bravo.
So technically this runway is active. The one I came over was closed. Okay, and continuing on. 90% fuel. Birds. Game time.
1507.
1507, that's UTC. There is an hour difference, I believe. Or there's an hour difference now, I think. It is BST, okay. I've had the Collective for a while. It's a Thrustmaster Ava base with an 8-inch extension, so it properly goes down between my legs. And then I've still got springs on them, but they're really weak. And I'm using the Aero cams, so it's not trying to center it a whole bunch. But I can sit there and, like, literally hold it in a position for hours at a time without wrecking my arm, either. I mean, there's still a little bit of spring force, but not enough to really be a thing. But yeah, I've got the cyclic, I've got a collective down here, so literally moving that moves the collective. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but it is right there. Pause music. Cornwall Tower helicopter, Mike Delta Bravo requests touch and go.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, wind 330 at 11. Touch and go at your location will be at your own risk.
At own risk, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. Alright.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, Mike Delta Bravo, Nuki Tower, pass your message.
What was that? Nuki Tower, pass your message. That was weird. Okay. Is this not Cornwall? Where am I at? Hold on. I am an idiot. I read the wrong thing. Sorry. Okay, I see what happened. I was tuned to Cornwall. Cornwall, the ATC literally contacted this airport and passed the message off. Whoops! Yeah, they need to get a little bit better with me being able to hit these frequencies here. They're extremely tiny. Extremely tiny. Also, I'm going with the wind. Let's turn into the wind, please. Oh, I did not like that. Can we have my sound back, please? Thank you. We're not at Cornwall. Where did I just land? I am at Perranport. Hold on. Please load. In real life, it's not that slow. Yeah, Perranport is where I'm at now. Okay. Next would be... I can't see the airport. I hate this sometimes. So there's currently a bug with Sim Update 2 in which the mouse is not constrained to the game. So when I lose the mouse, I'm trying to find it again. Am I heading north or south? I am heading southwest. I'm heading towards Land's End is where I'm going now. So Land's End, airport code. Echo Golf, Hotel Charlie, EGHC. All right, heading to Land's End. Cyber Dummy, I am doing so much better, dude. For those that haven't been in my stream for a long while, I had a minor back surgery last Thursday, and I had an epidural procedure done, and oh my god, so much of the back pain is gone. Next track. Why is there a tree in the middle of the airfield? Volume 30. All the seagulls. Volume 10. Sadly, an epidural is only temporary. It might last a month, it might last 2 months. The last time I had an epidural, it only lasted a month and a half. However, the entire point of this epidural and then the radio frequency ablation that I'm getting in 4 weeks is to narrow down where the pain is coming from. So for sure, where the epidural was is definitely a big part. I still have some back pain, but the part that hurts now is just a dull ache compared to the part that I just had done was like stabbing pain. My pain level is maybe a 1 or a 2 now compared to the 9, 10 it was. Like, it was really bad. Alright, I'm not going to go direct route. I'm going to follow the coastline a little bit more. Just because water isn't that interesting to look at, but land tends to be a little bit better. Sister has injections in her neck because of neck problems. Yeah, it definitely can help.
Runway 15, report 3 mile final.
Right downwind, runway 15, will report 3 mile final, Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
When I was in the Air Force, I broke my back.
Exit at Charlie if able. Contact ground on 121.955.
Pause music. Sorry, ATC is talking. When I broke my back, it healed weirdly, and it's like literally pressing my spinal column in half, which is why it hurts so damn much. Oh, cyber dummy, dude. Okay, hold on. Let me try to explain this. This is the reason why I haven't streamed since last Thursday as well. Is you don't realize how much. Things gonna keep talking. Yeah, Say Intentions is working well for me. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Talking about back stuff. Hold on. So I've been showing these pictures over and over. This is what is happening with my back. I literally have this hook where the bone broke and it healed in that kind of position, which it's not supposed to do that. Right? The reason why that's an issue is that it is literally pinching my spinal column. You can see it at the very top. Like, it's literally pinching the nerve in half. So that's what they did last Thursday, is they essentially numbed the entire area around that. And oh my God, it's so nice. Now, the catch though is the last 7-8 months, what's essentially been happening is that it's constantly in pain. It hurts so much that even when I'm sleeping, my back is like, don't move. And it just tenses all the muscles. And when it does that, it tenses all the muscles. Okay? So the muscles going on the back of my legs all the way up to my neck, right? The last couple days, I have been able to sleep without those muscles constantly clenched. Previously, I had to take medicine. I had to take muscle relaxers to medically cause myself to kind of relax. Now my body's able to actually relax, and I have woken up in the morning without severe neck pain. Like, it's the first time in like 7-8 months. It's great. So that's one of the reasons why the last couple days I have just been resting, because it's just like, I am going to take advantage of this, and I am not going to try to rush back into streaming again. Okay, so apparently every time I pause, I lose my course. Huh. Okay. Well, that kind of sucks. It also repositioned me again.
Skylane 422 Alpha
Weird.
Mike, extend downwind spacing for arriving traffic. Extending downwind Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
Echo Golf, Hotel Charlie.
121, decimal down to 55, Beach Charlie Mike.
There we go. 14 miles. What is this thing doing?
Beechcraft 0 Charlie Mike. Contact departure on 127.9.
Can I do this?
127.93, 0 Charlie Mike.
Nope. Guess recenter, sure. Got a couple boats out on the water. Next truck. I have been sitting in bed playing my Nintendo Switch for the last week. Just relaxing. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition came out, so of course I had to play that again. I'm almost caught up to where we were the last time I played it on my Wii U. Oh, it looks so much better on the Switch, too. Messing around with 2020 earlier for a couple hours with the FS LTL traffic and nice. Okay. That's cool. I'll tell you what I need to figure out. I need to figure out a way to get my iPad where the touch on the iPad corresponds to that.
Information Kilo is now current. QNH 1026.
Information Kilo. Pause music. Let's listen to weather then. Yes, no, maybe. Thing does not want to switch the frequency at all, does it? I can't enter the numbers. What? I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Wrong one. That's nav, that's communications. 12283. Oh no, it's already set to that. Why am I not getting... Not getting anything. One, 2, 3.5. None of this is working. Really weird. I don't know. Yeah, it changes the frequency over, but it's not... I'm not hearing anything. That's weird. Come on. Are you... Oh my god. Is it gonna update? There it goes. Lands End Airport helicopter, Mike Delta Bravo. Request clearance to touch and go.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, wind 320 at 14. Touch and go at your location will be at your own risk.
At own risk, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. Alright. Been streaming almost 7 hours? Holy shit. Hasn't felt like that. Then again, we did kind of start off doing debugging stuff. Bug report things for Sim Update 2. This looks like a little bit of a more detailed airport. Oh yeah, they definitely have a lot more detail here. Now I'm just really hoping that no aircraft pops into view when I'm trying to park here. Alright, we're good to go. Throttle down.
64 Foxtrot Alpha 2, hold short of runway 27, awaiting further instructions.
Oh, the game's not in focus, that's why.
Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
There we go. Horn off. Alright, real quick guys, I am going to go use the bathroom. I'm going to go to exterior view. There's my aircraft. I'm going to go use the bathroom, guys. I will be right back. Yeah, ATC Chatter, that's the Say Intentions AI program that I'm using. There's a mixture of recordings of other players that use it and the ATC generated stuff. So, when I get back, we are going to go out to an island way off to the west of Land's End. Looks like it is St. Mary's. It's 26 miles away. So, guys, I will be right back. In fact, let me find Twitch and run these ads. So, be right back, guys. Be really careful not to bump that collective and cycle it, because the helicopter is still active right now. In real life, would shut the aircraft down to step away and go use the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
001 Bravo, taxi to holding point runway 32 via taxiway Bravo.
Just a little bit.
Taxi to holding point runway 32 via taxiway Bravo Cessna 9001 Bravo.
Say hi to everybody. Or are you gonna kiss? Okay. Cricket. Yeah, okay. She's angry now. Oh. You're touching me too much. Yeah, we're gonna get you some treats. Okay, so now again, have to be really careful. Oh, oh, oh. Helicopter's wiggling around. Okay. Helicopter, it's not at full speed, but it is at idle right now. I still got to be really careful with bumping that cyclic. Could do a dome green screen picture with my heli and myself, possibly, maybe one day. All right. VR headset. Move this back over. Controllers. All right. All right, so we're going next. We're going to St. Mary's. St. Mary's is where? Echo Golf Hotel Echo. EGHE. Direct to EGHE. Enter. Why is this not booting? So we're flying over water next.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta taxi to runway 16 via Alpha and Charlie.
Taxiing to runway 16 via Alpha and Charlie Mooney. 824 Foxtrot Delta.
I don't know why this is not.
73, Roger.
Well, gotta make that vanish and come back, I guess. There it goes. Turn it off and on again.
Salonia 73, contact departure.
Let me know departure frequency Salonia 73.
All right, so I've got all All three are tuned to the same airport. Rolling up. Horn on. %, fuel, we are fine. We'll top off when we get there. Land ends helicopter, Mike Delta Bravo requesting clearance to depart to the west.
Helicopter X-ray Kilo, wind 320 at 10, takeoff from your location will be at your own risk. Departing to the west is approved.
At own risk, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Stop. Pause. I'm going to fix that right now. Notice how it keeps calling me X-ray, whatever. That was what the previous aircraft tail number was. Let me fix that right now. So say intentions. Where are you? Say intentions AI. Okay. Gear. Identity. Okay. So we are currently... No, don't restart. Okay. New aircraft. Helicopter. Tail number is... Sierra Papa Mike Delta Bravo. Dictation. Sierra Papa Mike Delta Bravo. Not might, Mike.
Mooney 924 Foxtrot Delta cleared to land runway 31.
Cleared to land runway 31, Mooney 924 Foxtrot Delta.
Okay. Landon Airport, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo, departing to the west.
Helicopter Mike Delta Bravo, wind 320 at 10, takeoff from your location will be at your own risk. Departing to the west is approved.
At own risk, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. Cool. We got it. Let's go. So now it's got the actual ID of the aircraft I'm actually flying. That's good. Alright, so at this point, this is going to be the boring part of the stream because we're just flying over water. And of course, it deleted my route again. Ah. Echo, Golf, Hotel, Echo. There we go. All right, 25 nautical miles. Let's go. Next track. We are fighting the wind a little bit. We'll be fighting it again on the way back. It's a straight crosswind right now. Volume 30. But yeah, we'll be going right out there, getting the airport, coming right back. So the criteria, gotta land at every airport in the UK.
Citation 423 Mike Whiskey, hold short of runway 12 traffic on final.
Holding short of runway 12, citation 433 Mike Whiskey.
Okay, so that's still bugged. In VR, you can't turn that one knob. Just flying 100 feet off the water. Get a little bit more altitude.
Clear to Exeter. After departure, we will fly runway heading, then radar vectors to CUL that is filed. Departure runway 07, initial climb 7,000 feet. Departure 126.08. Squawk 5312. Charlie Mike.
Tower Echo India Romeo Hotel Alpha, ready to copy I-4 clearance is filed.
But yeah, like this was essentially what we were doing when we flew from Greenland to Iceland, except at that time we had a huge tailwind, so we got really high up in the air, but then we were flying through the clouds, which apparently the clouds are non-existent right now here. There's a few really light ones over there, but not a whole bunch. I think I see the land right over there. "14 miles away.
Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2, cleared for takeoff, runway tree 2.
Cleared for takeoff, runway tree 2, Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
Echo Romeo 8. Landed Echo Romeo 8386, turning at A.
Everything is operating nicely. Okay. Why is that so twisted compared to my other map? That's really weird. That's really weird. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Weird. All right, 3 miles out.
November 371 Bravo Charlie cleared for takeoff runway 14.
We'll go to St. Mary's, but I want to check and see these lighthouses, if they have them. Yeah, that Bishop Rock Lighthouse is pretty far out there, too. I have no idea if these lighthouses are actually modeled. I think they are in 2020. I don't know if they are in 2024.
I do not see a lighthouse. See a helipad. A lot of birds. I gotta be careful going any lower because the way it generates seagulls near the ocean front is... Gotta be careful. See, you can see them down there. Got a little boat there. Bishop Rock Lighthouse. I'm guessing this is the furthest lighthouse that's on that tip of the UK. Am I correct in saying that? Because, like, over there is Ireland, right? Like, there's no more UK west of this, I believe. Not counting Northern Ireland, of course. I see a structure, but it's so far away right now I can't tell if it's actually a full lighthouse or if it's just one of the randomly generated buildings. I'm guessing they drive out here with a boat with... The boat has diesel or something and they run that off of generators. Because this is like in the middle of nowhere. Like, I'm guessing the water between me and it right now is relatively shallow, so they have it go out. Or no, this is one of the... Wait, hold on. What? I am... No, you can see the shadow of the lighthouse. It's just... Oh wait, no. Is this literally what how the building is set up? Volume 10. Hold on one moment. We just... The helicopter pad is on top of the lighthouse. Okay. Interesting.
Okay. Cool. Let's now go back to St. Mary's.
So now I'm just going to go over here. Oh, nope, wrong. Just going to go direct to and reactivate. And that will go. Because I never change off of St. Mary's, we're just going to reverse. Direct to, reactivate. I don't know why this and this are so off of each other. Oh, I know what it is. This is nose straight up, while this is doing track up. That's why. Again, much better GPS unit. It's using actual Garmin simulator software.
Skyhawk 9001 Bravo, hold at taxiway Alpha traffic on final.
Holding at taxiway Alpha Skyhawk 9001 Bravo.
That'll work. Should be a bit taller though. Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling it's an auto-generated off of data where they're like, oh, it is a one-story building with helipad on top. They don't have. It's not actually modeled. Yeah, look how off that is. It's showing it like a 45-degree angle. Why is that so off? I'm trying to think what, because I've seen sometimes this will affect it, but it's not. I don't know. But that's the reason why I'm using this one. It's just a much better GPS unit. I can't even see if this here. So this one I've got 3 buttons. Well, this has everything. Like, this thing is simulating everything while this is not. So bad. Mile out. Uncontrolled airport. Oh, man. Ooh. I think I just got into vortex ring state doing that. Whoops. A little bit too aggressive on that slowdown. And there goes my engine sounds. To be honest, we're fine with fuel. We're at
70%. I see you, birds. Alright, so that means we need to plot a course back to land. Where am I going to next? It's like sometimes you can get the simulator to release the mouse, other times it won't. Okay, Echo Golf Delta Romeo. EGDR. But why am I so much taller now? Direct to EG Delta Romeo. Direct to EGDR. Damn it. Whoa, game. Oh, this mouse is freaking out. Direct to. Recenter. Okay. All right, let's go. "41 miles. Birds. More birds. More birds." All right. Full maximum power. And let's get the hell out of here. See wherever that airplane is. I have so many dead bugs on my windscreen.
Bonanza 64, Foxtrot Alpha 2, cleared for takeoff, runway 29.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 29, Bonanza 64, Foxtrot Alpha 2.
Only dead bug is a good bug. Right. Maybe I might be misremembering. Was there not somebody that was trying to reboot the Starship Troopers franchise again? They're probably gonna go all like super serious with it or something. Not campy B-movie like it originally was.
I don't understand why this thing is twisted like it is. You don't have any option to... Oh, yeah, Lance, I'm aware. I'm just saying I remember reading something in the... in one of those websites the other day, like less than a week ago, that they were planning on rebooting it or something. It might have been they were going to tie it into a video game, of course. So, I don't know. I can't remember exactly what it was. I mean, again, it was... I swear I was just reading about it on, again, one of the... It was one of the websites that deal with video games. I can't remember what it was. I don't think it was PC Gamer, but it was like a website like that. But I don't know. Website also dealt with movies and stuff. So again, I don't... It was just like something I skimmed over. Again, I was on drugs because of the back pain, so I don't remember it all.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta cleared to land. Runway 32, caution, wake turbulence.
Clear to land, runway 32, Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
Roger.
29 miles away.
Bravo Echo 5 Tango is parked in stand 4 with information kilo. Request IFR clearance to Wick.
Oh my god, so many dead bugs! On my windscreen specifically, I don't...
Lands in Tower Piper Bravo Echo Alpha 5 Tango, parked at ramp 4 with information
I wish
kilo.
I could clean my windscreen.
Request IFR clearance to Wick.
Pay attention to where I'm going. Okay. That's doing absolutely nothing. At least it's not smearing the bug guts. Damn. I was hoping that would clear off something. This This is just 3 hours of flying down low in a helicopter. It adds bug guts and it doesn't let you actually clean it off. Which, ooh. Let me pause. I need your guys' help. I need your help. If you have a Microsoft Flight Sim Forum account, please go here and vote on this. This is the wish list of please allow us to clean just the windscreen off. I made it 5 hours ago. It already has 10 votes. Let's get some more, please. Actually, hold on. Okay, all I'm doing is I just took a screenshot so I can put it in the post. Edit this post.
Warrior 371 Bravo Charlie, hold short of runway 09 awaiting further clearance.
Holding short of runway 09 Warrior 371 Bravo Charlie.
Ah, I did it again. I forgot, every time you pause, it resets this GPS unit. It shouldn't do that. There we go. Okay. Back on course. So, we stopped at the airport that's over here before we went out to St. Mary's, and now we're coming back and kind of skipping this portion of the coastline. We're supposed to be going directly that way, but I kind of want to follow the coastline. All the birds. The helicopter I flew didn't have this blue tinted ceiling panel. They were all clear. I wish there was an option to change that. The Airwolf command is something that I trigger with a voice stack command.
001 Bravo, hold short of runway 33 traffic on final.
We do have other sound effects though.
Runway 33 Beechcraft, November 9001 Bravo.
Sitting at about 50 feet off the deck. Yeah, like that. Volume 30. More birds. Shadow's not a blurry mess, which is nice. Hello, sheep. A lot of power poles there. All leading to the little town. So yeah, the airport is over there, but we're gonna follow the coastline, so it's gonna take a little bit longer. Arakendo, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well today. Pause music. Wait, what? 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 Hold on. The boats are hovering, but I wasn't expecting to see a tall ship. Slightly concerned that several of the boats are rising out of the water. Several of them are... That's weird. I don't know why all the boats are hovering.
Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike cleared for touch and go runway. 27 traffic departing ahead.
Oh, it's just the general aviation ships. It's just the generic ship traffic, I guess. That's weird. I turned the corner and I wasn't expecting to see that. All right, good to go. Games bug. Yeah, I'm noticing that the hovering. I'm getting a lot of hovering buildings and vehicles and, well, just vehicles in general, yeah. Volume 20. Next track. The boats are like over the dock. Probably shouldn't do that. I'm guessing this is a location where they run ferries out of too. Maybe not. I'm not seeing a proper ferry routing for cars. Maybe further down. What is this? Like, did somebody, like, literally build a structure out there on that island? Is this like a castle? Looks like it's coded to be a castle or something. I'm wishing that this had photogrammetry or something, because I want to know what this is. I mean, they made themselves a port and everything, so I don't know. A prison? Really? I mean, I guess it would make sense. I'm just... The logistics of getting all the materials out there is like, holy shit.
Alpha Mike, make left traffic runway 30.
Making left traffic runway 30, Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
It is a castle, accessible from the mainland by foot. Wait, what? I'm guessing when the tide goes out? It's Azkaban. Could be. Low tide reveals a path across. That's okay. That would explain how they... A lot of the logistics then. I think that was another lighthouse. It's just it wasn't really marked as one, but you can see its shadow is quite tall. I'm guessing the entire southern coast has a bunch of lighthouses on it. I see you. Birds. Don't do that, game. Just my audio just starts cutting out for the engine sounds. Something wrong with this aircraft specifically. More birds. Two miles out. %60 fuel. I think we're still good for now. Getting a lot of my displays are flickering though. You know what? Hold on. I did just turn the lights on. I wonder if there's something wrong with the lighting.
Rooney 824 Foxtrot Delta, enter right base runway 27.
Pause music.
Right base runway 27 for Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
That was weird. As I was coming into land, that screen and that screen were flickering on and off a lot. Really weird. Next location, Echo Golf Delta Oscar. Five miles. Clear left, clear right. Let's go. Next track. All right. The day that they fix this to actually be able to manipulate with the VR controllers, that'll be really nice. I keep having to swap over to my mouse and then use the mouse to do the zooming in and out, which isn't exactly the nicest. Gonna fly through Egypt? One day, yeah. I still gotta go through the rest of Europe before we even remotely... Actually, no. I still gotta go through... Oh, God. Northern Europe, then Western Europe, Mediterranean, and then we're gonna get... I mean, I guess, yeah, when we go around the Mediterranean, we'll go through Egypt, yeah. But we're still, like, months, possibly years, before we even remotely get to that.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray, turn right, heading 240.
Oh, I see. It's bringing me to the end of the runway, not the center of the airport.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
That would explain it. Why are there cars on the runway? The reason why I keep taking the headset off is that I have a copy of Little Nav Map running on my desktop that I'm using to plot the next route. This next one is 29 miles. And it's not even going to an airport. It's going to something called the Eden Project. I don't even know what the hell that is. It's a point of interest, though. I shit you not. From where we are right now to the next airport is 86 miles. There are, like, no airports on the southern edge of the UK, apparently. Holy shit. Eden Project is a self-contained biosphere. Okay, well that's where we're going now. It's 30 miles away. So, the problem is that because it's not an airport, I can't direct to it. So all I have is a rough idea on where it is on the map. The hell song is this? It's somewhere here. So, we're going that way. 28 nautical miles. It's supposed to be 30, so I'm close. I don't know what the song is. Next track. I hate how zooming out messes up the recentering of the aircraft, though. All right, let's go. There we go. So now we need to go over here, and then we have to find it, if it's modeled. The reason why I have it labeled on this is that I have I had a list of point of interest that were in Flight Sim 2020. So I don't know if it's in 2024. We might get there and there be nothing there. So, no idea. And we're sitting at about 55% fuel. Still should be good enough for another 2 hours of flight. See some sheep or cattle down there. Look, sheep colored. I'm gonna also just quickly turn the weather on and off again to make sure that we are loading current weather. Oh no, it's on live. Let's go custom. Just turn it off and on again, just to confirm. A little bit of a storm cloud to the north. What kind of collective am I using? Pause music. The collective that I got, it is a New Zealand Etsy store. They did a 3D print. I bought it from them. I've had it for probably about 9 months now. It's working really well. But yeah, it's entirely 3D printed. And as I said, it works really well. I don't know if the I don't remember the name of the store. But if you search like Etsy Collective, you're essentially looking for something that looks just like mine, because I think it's the only one on there that looks like it. I'm still trying to build my own too, which is the one that I'm building is Beefy McLarge Huge, but in fact, here, hold on. Let me actually do a thing here real fast. How long? Ad break ends in 47 seconds. Okay, so the ads are playing right now. Let me go grab a couple things.
Delta enter right downwind runway 15 report 3 mile final.
Right downwind runway 15 will report 3 mile final Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
Cricket, watch out, buddy. I'm sorry. Ugh.
Okay, let me try to explain this. If you look at my current collective, okay, it is literally this little tiny box with a 3D printed thing with a, I think it's a plastic tube. This rolls like a motorcycle throttle, and then it has a button on the back, and these switches right here are 3 position for each one, so up, middle's nothing, and then down, right? These are threaded where you can, if I loosen this, it will literally have no friction at all. So you want a little bit of friction, a little bit too much, right? But that's the collective that I have right now. The collective that I'm building, I bought the 3D printed plans for, and this is a little bit more involved. You can see how I've got a metal pole. This is got bushings here. Oh, come here. You can see how this will go through that. And then this is where it gets crazy. This big thing then will, I don't remember the order that this goes. Shit. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff involved in this one. Let me see if I can remember how to put this in. Is this the JPI? I don't remember. I bought it like a long while ago, and it is, so these are the 2 side pieces. It's supported by ball bearings. This is the base. So then that will go there. Oh my God. Again, it's been a minute. Because it's a pretty intricate way of doing these things. Because, like, you make this piece, and you make this piece, and this goes into this, and it's mounted in there solidly. And then, this piece and this piece are spring-loaded, and there is a ball bearing that sits in the middle of it. And this is what gives you, like, a little bit of force. And it's not force feedback, but it is,
Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike.
It's not force feedback.
2,000 feet report.
God, I can't remember what it's called now.
Descending to 2,000 feet will report established on the localizer Skyhawk
Force
505 Alpha
release is
Mike.
what it is. Oh! It's literally printed in the print. So, if it's that, then yes. 737 Do-It-Yourself Sim is the developer. I don't know. I'm trying to remember how all this stuff went, because I don't even think I have half the parts printed yet. Like, I'm only partway done. I believe... I think... I don't remember. Okay. I think that one... Oh, shit. Yeah, that one's... I need to grind some plastic out. This bearing here is supposed to fit into this, and it's not. It fit into that side just fine, but I think this side, the dimensions are slightly off, so I think I need to heat this up and then press fit this into place. And it needs to sink a little bit down into it to go, and then that will be fully ball bearing supported.
and everything, but yeah. And then my understanding is this piece will then go over top of it. Like right now, these, like, this is just being held in with friction. This will screw in place like that and lock all those things together. And then that going down, I think, is supposed to be a stop or something with the spring, I think. But then, yeah, there's a piece that goes in the middle here that uses smaller ball bearing that it rides on the edge. So it gives like a force to it. Yeah, so like this gap along with this will be the same width as that bearing. I started making this on a much less precise 3D printer, and then I got a much better printer, so I've been redoing a bunch of stuff. Muppet, what are you doing? But like, this is just the base, and you can see how much larger the, well, no you can't. You can kind of see how much larger just the base itself is, right? With all that stuff. That's just the base compared to that thing's base, right? Yeah. The actual lever arm itself, this is just a metal tube pressed fit into this. I do need to try to drill that hole out, because then you can actually run wires up it and then cut it to length and then actually have your collective handle on it and stuff. Probably end up painting that black in the future just to make it essentially just a black and gray black and gray kind of collective. But I do need to get back into doing that. I bought all the electronics like a year ago. I just need to sit down and do a bunch of stuff or something. I don't know. All right. See if we get this camera repositioned. See, I want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing with my feet, the cyclic, and the collective. So, yeah. All right. Put the bearing over there before I lose the damn thing. All right. All right, and back. And of course, it deleted my GPS thing again. Next track. And because I mess with those frictions a little bit, I am making little tiny adjustments. Like, I want it to be able to move and stay when I release it, but I don't want it to fall down because of gravity. See, like right now, I can move it up and down and it's fine, so frictions are just right. The other collective, the frictions are all, the guy wrote like electronic controls essentially. So it's all digital. You can adjust the friction force via electrical signal. It's weird.
Got a yacht out here in the bay. Outside air temperature, 7 Celsius. 7 Celsius to Fahrenheit?
45 degrees.
A little bit chilly. Samsung Red Claw, maybe. I mean, a lot of people keep forgetting that Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 took about a year and a half before it was actually in a playable state. Everyone was still running FSX for the longest time because of that was broken. I would say 2024 right now is in better shape than 2020 was at the same time. But, again, 2020 exists now. You can still use that. 2024 is kind of like if you're trying to push stuff.
Holding short of runway 33 Beechcraft, November 9001 Bravo.
Volume 5. Before I got this center stick, I was using just my regular Warthog stick, which, you know, you're fighting the spring constantly, but you use force trim, where you're holding it, and then you press and hold, and then return to center, and then release, and it will trim the aircraft so you don't have to hold the cyclic constantly. That force trim is the way they kind of made it work. I also used my throttle for doing collective stuff. And I think I actually had it where pushing away was the same as pulling up, and pulling back was going down. So when I went back to a collective, it did take me a little bit to get used to it again, but now that I've been using the collective constantly for several months now, I'm used to it again. I would say the only control that I would highly recommend you do get for helicopters is foot pedals. But that's just only because, like, you're using them so much. Especially hovering around. Yeah, there's Cornwall. Cornwall Hospital. "11 nautical miles out. Already have since you're flying with yoke? Okay. I think I see sheep or something right there. A few of them. Harder for a beginner? Pause music. If you've never flown a helicopter in a sim at all, the game has 3 awesome settings that you can use to help you. If you go into assistances, you have these 3. Helicopter assisted cyclic, helicopter assisted tail rotor, helicopter assisted collective. Okay? What you can do is turn all 3 of them on, and then one at a time, turn one off, and then practice just doing that. Okay? Because if you say, okay, assisted cyclic, now you have full control of this. Assisted tail rotor, full control of this. Assisted collective, full control of this, right? So make it where you only have to deal with one of those at a time and learn what it does. And then from there, then, you know, turn all of them off, or 2 at a time or something like that, until you get really used to it. With me being a heli pilot, when I say it was harder with throttle and Flight 6 since I had so little margin on the axis and it's too sensitive. Yes, but remember I was playing Microsoft 2020, and they kind of fixed it with 2024 as well. So, for example, the Ava base is the one that is my cyclic right now. If you go into the hardware settings... why is it showing keyboard? Hold on. Okay, Ava base. There you go. You can see how they now actually show this information here, right? So if I do y-axis, that's my forward and back. So all the way back, all the way forward, right? If you want to lower the sensitivity, doing that, for example, you now greatly lowered the sensitivity around center, but then when you need a quick input, it will, you can see how little motion and it goes up to the top super fast there. While this, like that's, see how much I'm moving it and it's not doing much input, right? You can do something like that to dumb down the sensitivity in the middle. And you can use this to kind of customize for your controls. Now, because I'm running the full cyclic thing, I am running mine completely linear, though. But I do recommend to make sure that you can actually reach the edges. Like, that's the big thing, is if you find that you have a control that isn't reaching the edge, for example, let's go to my collective, which we might actually have a problem here. Okay, so you notice that I have my collective slightly adjusted, right? And you'll see how that first little bit of movement there has nothing on the thing, and then it comes in, and then when I get to the end, see, I'm maxed out right there. I can't go any further. So I adjusted my extremity dead zone to account for that, right? So this first little bit does nothing, but it lets me get full travel the rest of the way, right? And yeah, that was fixed during Sim Update 1 beta, which is nice. I'm glad they fixed that. Now, also, that being said, be aware that some people have reported that if you go into the hardware settings, some people have had these numbers absolutely jumbled up. Like, I myself had... Never mind, I don't want to mess with that. Damn it. I had, like, weird settings like that, where it should have been equal on both sides, and it was just so messed up. So make sure that your stuff to begin with is linear before you even try to tweak anything.
Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie, hold short of runway tree 1 awaiting further instructions.
Holding short of runway tree 1, Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie.
Next track. Volume 20. Nine nautical miles. Ground speed 139. Very nice. Seven nautical miles from my hand-entered coordinate, but I think it might be a couple miles beyond that. I still have a little nav map giving me a more accurate one. That's an interesting bit of geology there. That little hump. You can see like the lines in it or something. Can't tell if it's layers or what. Looks like a quarry now. It's probably why it's exposed and brown, not green. You can kind of see what appears to be water in it. Yeah, definitely a quarry over there.
Citation 433 Mike Whiskey holds short of
Alright, so I am really close to it.
Holding short of runway 20.
Is this it over here?
Project Eden, is this it?
Hold on. Oh god, I haven't heard this song in a long while. Nope, it's to my right. Oh, it's right here in front of us. Oh, dang, it's literally a biodome. Oh, that kind of sucks. They don't have it actually modeled, though. Yeah, that would have been cool to actually see modeled in the game. Dang. Alright, continuing on. And this right here, I think, is the single longest leg of the entire trip. Almost 60 miles. I don't even remember the airport we're going to. Let's see if we can find something. Something 60 miles in front of us.
Charlie.
Yeah,
Right
that's...
turn heading 180 traffic at your 9
Oh,
o'clock,
a little
1
bit
mile
of a
altitude,
trip.
1500 feet.
EGTE. Yep, extra.
Diamond 371 Bravo Charlie.
Heading to extra now. Please let me zoom in, damn it. $50 miles. Hey, we have a tailwind now. $14-knot tailwind. We're doing about 150 knots airspeed, ground speed 150. I'm sorry, no. We're doing, yeah, 150. Wait, what? If we've got a tailwind, why am I being slowed down? Oh no, we don't have a tailwind. It's a crosswind, never mind. Yeah, I'm doing 140 and then my ground speed's 140. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on, wait, was that? Wind direction was different when I went up? Let me climb again. Checking a little nav map to see if it changes drastically. It is changing. Oh, that's nice. Hold on. Because of surface friction, a lot of times wind direction is 90 degrees off at surface level than it is higher up. Oh yeah, now I've got a tailwind again. Very cool. So I'm crossing 120, ground speed 137. 16, 17 knot tailwind right now. Very nice. Cyber Dummy, yeah, I just didn't realize that little nav map displayed it, depending on where you were. I didn't realize it had that feature.
Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike, descend to 2,000 feet, report established on the localizer.
Descending to 2,000 feet, will report established on the localizer Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike.
$163 knot ground speed. The one time that I had a 45 knot tailwind in real life, that was the time that I was able to get a helicopter up to over 200 miles an hour, or 200 knots across the ground. That was fun.
We are just cruising. But I am cruising slightly off course. Let me make a correction here. Also, we're heading east again. "35 miles out. Time?
12:20.
I'm having a weird graphical glitch right there. I don't know if that's coming over the stream or not. Looks like a weird water reflection, maybe. It's really hard to tell.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray, turn right, heading 240, contact departure.
Right to 240, contacting departure Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
The thing is, too, is we restarted, so the bug guts got cleaned at one point, too. Otherwise, there would have been more. However, again, please go to that link that I posted earlier, and please vote on the ability to clean windshields. I would like it a lot, please. Got a lot of flying done today. 27 miles out. Map is showing another aircraft to my right, and I don't see it, so I was trying to find it with the ID code, but still couldn't find that either. Volume 5. So also, full disclosure for you guys, I was invited by a few members of my free company in Final Fantasy XIV to join a static for the new raid series that just was released. I believe our first night of actually doing the static will be on the 7th. However, I don't have permission from everybody to attempt to stream it. I'm going to be asking, and if they are okay with that, I will try to stream our progression. If you are interested in seeing Savage content being done. I am a little bit rusty. I haven't done Savage content since the end of Endwalker. So, yeah.
Short of runway 27, Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
As a helicopter pilot, would I say this is the best way to learn how to fly? Nothing will really teach you from other than the real thing. Sims are very, very meh. There are some basics you can do, but if you go from flight simming to real life, when you get into the real life portion, there's going to be a lot of things you have to unlearn, which is the big problem. Because you don't realize how much G-forces and stuff will, it's so much added feedback. Now, it is something that it will help speed up your real life learning how to hover, but be careful as using it as like the main training tool. To be honest, flight simming is best for doing like instrument conditions work. When you have no outside reference and you're like just staring at these and this and you can't see anything outside. That's where you get a lot of practice with procedures and stuff. A lot of hovering in real life is like you're feeling the G-forces, and like the big thing is, let me see, do I even have my... There it is. Pause music. So, a lot of people early on, when they're sitting there trying to learn how to hover, they are looking outside the helicopter and they're looking way too close, right? Like they're looking at a rock or something right outside the helicopter. And the problem with that is that if you're sitting there and you're looking at a point 10, 20 feet in front of you, you're just overcorrecting, right? And the helicopter ends up doing this constantly. You become a giant pendulum, right? What you need to do is look at a tree on the other side of the airfield. I was lucky, where I did my helicopter training, we had mountains. So looking at a mountain or something. And what happens is that because of parallax, a fence closer to you will move faster than the mountain far away, right? If you're locked to a mountain, like you're making small corrections and you're feeling the aircraft more than chasing after the rock that's 10 feet in front of it. As you feel the aircraft better and better, you bring your sight picture closer and closer and closer and closer until you get to the point where you're able to like throw a quarter down on the flight line and land on the quarter, you know? But again, it's a skill thing you learn over time. And I did it again. I shut the damn GPS off. Ugh, I keep forgetting to do that.
Keep forgetting I need to do like active pause instead of an actual pause. We're going to Exeter. Where's Exeter? See, again, in real life, that is...
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray cleared for takeoff runway 22.
Doesn't take so long to load.
Cleared for takeoff.
Wait, what? What did I do?
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
I broke something. Exeter. Direct. Activate. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute. Okay, we are sitting at about 42% fuel. Fuel burn is okay. I would highly recommend, if you're interested in helicopter flight, definitely go on to the Federal Aviation Administration's website and download all the helicopter and flight manuals you can. They're absolutely free there. You can download them all in PDF format. And then just read. Just read about stuff and you'll realize all the shit that's going on. Read about it and then try it in the sim and then see if you can do it, essentially. Hell, even the helicopter flight training that they have in this is actually pretty decent. Like, they break it down into little... Like, here, we're going to give you just the collective. Here, we're going to give you just the tail pedals. We're going to give you just the cyclic. And they give it to you bit by bit until they start combining everything. It's actually pretty decent, especially if you've never really done a helicopter in a flight sim before. Alright, we are 9 miles out from Exeter. So somewhere in front of us. Seven miles. So looking out, I'm already starting to see lights. So that right there is probably the airfield. Right there. Trying to get it lined up with my... Start slowing down a little bit. Exeter Tower, helicopter Mike Delta Bravo, 5 miles to the west, inbound for landing.
Papa Mike, Delta Bravo, exit the tower. Enter left downwind for runway 26.
Enter left downwind for runway 26. Helicopter Mike Delta Bravo. All right, so the wind is going this way. We want to land into the wind. There's the runway right there. We want to do a left downwind, so we're going to have the runway to our left when we are on the downwind. Where is it? Home, nearest, airport. Yeah. Turn that off. Runway 260, it's compass headings. So 260 is landing this direction, like from that side going this way. So we're now in the left downwind. The runway going the opposite way would have been runway 08. Now, I don't know if the AI thing lets me give final on when I'm beam the numbers, though. We'll see if it's smart enough or not. I'm not hearing anything. Birds. All right, and then we're just in ground effect, so we just hover taxi where we need to be. In real life, again, you don't...
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta, enter right base, runway 27.
Not usually landing on the runway itself.
Foxtrot Delta.
And of course, because we're a helicopter, we can taxi over grass. However, they do have us be careful if the grass is freshly mowed. I'm wondering if the ATC thing requires me to put the gear down. Let me try. Yes, no, maybe. It's not really giving me... And you got this guy taxiing through the grass here. So we're going to move over, because as a helicopter we can do that. I don't know why that guy was going through the grass like that at all. So here, I'm going to use this little concrete pad here to show some stuff off real fast. People don't realize, I mean, every time you do something in a helicopter, it has an opposite reaction somewhere else, okay? So, I've still got the collective kind of pulled up, okay? I haven't dropped the collective all the way to the ground. I'm still very light on the skids. But I took my feet off the pedals, all right? So I have no anti-torque input at all.
If I add collective, okay, right now I'm balanced, okay? But if I add collective, see I'm twisting to the left, I lower collective, I'm twisting to the right. Add collective, lower collective. That's literally just the amount of torque that the main rotor's producing. When I ask for more angle of attack, it's producing more torque. Less angle of attack, less torque. Right? You can literally see the engine. That's the torque value right there. Right now the engine's producing 40% of its torque. Right? More torque, torque number goes up. Less torque, number goes down. Right? So when I have my feet on the pedals, every time I do something, I'm making those slight adjustments to counteract that. So go down, left pedal. Add, right pedal. Again, the pedal that you press, your power pedal essentially, it's going to change depending on who makes a helicopter. European helicopters, the rotor spins a different direction than US-made helicopters. So that's going to change depending on what helicopter you fly as well. If you're flying something like a Chinook that has twin rotors, they cancel each other out, so that's not going to be an issue. So, like, again, it's going to be different per helicopter. So if let me go back over here.
Beechcraft 9001 Bravo, clear to land runway 12, caution wake turbulence from the departing jet.
Clear to land runway 12, Beechcraft 9001
So we're going to set back down.
Give me 1 second for that clearance.
Okay, so now we're down. Feet off the pedals again. I'm now going to slowly raise the collective. Balancing the aircraft with the cyclic. And you can see, as I'm getting lighter, I'm twisting to one side without any pedal input. Right? Like, I'm really light on the skids right now.
Correct. Tower is on 119.805. Safe flight, sir.
And see there, I'm off the ground now, but because I'm not controlling my tail rotor, I'm just spinning at the mercy of the torque of the main rotor. Until I get to that point right there where it's just balanced with neutral pedals. Now that's not necessarily going to be the same constantly with every helicopter. In fact, the helicopter has naturally weather vaned. We're pointing into the wind right now. So even the wind coming in will affect that. So if I turn this around and I point this direction, you can see how the wind is trying to catch me. The wind is trying to keep me going one direction, and then I cross over it, and then, yeah, there it goes. Now the wind caught me, and now I'm pointed into the wind again. So there's even that. I would almost sit there and recommend practice with the wind disabled, just to get used to it. I can see right there, hold on.
There's the windsock. And again, if I then remove my foot pedals, it's trying to, again, it's trying to weather vane into the wind. It's a thing people need to also realize is that aircraft, their medium is air. So whatever the air is doing, the aircraft will try to match. I mean, technically, we have like 30 knots of airspeed right now. Our ground speed is next to nothing, but we technically have airspeed. We're flying forward according to the what the air is doing. I've actually gotten to a point where I was moving with the air. Now you can see how the air is being pushed down. But you can also see like the pocket of air that we're in. Like the aircraft now, we have no airspeed, but our ground speed is backwards. Ooh, somebody's mic is loud.
Tango is holding short of runway 26 at Foxtrot, ready to depart. Will remain in the circle.
All right. But it's a lot of practice with the different systems. Like, if I'm going, I'm like what? I'm doing 80 knots right now, okay? If I only go backwards, okay, my vertical speed goes insane. I'm climbing like crazy, right? So instead, if I'm coming in and I tip backwards, but then I lower the collective, now my vertical speed is actually going down until I start slowing down, and then I have to slowly feed the collective back in. So let me do that one more time. Hold on. That kind of messed up. And be aware, right now I'm going a little bit extreme on my inputs to kind of, like, this is running the helicopter at like 9/10 of its performance. I want to do this going into the wind, though. So I'm maintaining my speed. But essentially, I'm coming in. Vertical speed. Okay. Collective down, tipping back. Vertical speed is still 0. We're slowing down, we're starting to descend, adding collective, adding collective, adding collective, adding collective, and we're stopped. That was essentially a quick stop there. Now again, as we lose airspeed, we're losing lift, so you have to naturally slowly feed that collective back in. As you're adding that collective back in, you are producing more and more torque, so you're having to slowly feed in the pedals at the same time. Like, again, it's all a big balancing act. But I would highly recommend, if you're interested in doing it, go into your settings. Settings, assistances, and then turn on 1, 2, 3. Turn all 3 of those on. Okay? Then, depending on what you want to work on, turn 1 off. Or... So in my case, I'm going to... Assisted tail rotor. Back. Okay? So at this point, the cyclic and the collective are fully controlled by the AI. I need to control the foot pedals. Now, because of my cyclic, it's going to be a little bit weird. Okay.
Again, this is probably better if you have a self-centering stick. But now, when you add collective and take it away, you can see how it's not being as aggressive, but then you can use the foot pedals to kind of learn it. Right? Collective down, left pedal. Collective up, right pedal. And again, European helicopter, so adding collective will be right pedal, lowering collective will be left pedal. If you're flying a Robinson, it'll be the other way around, as an example. Now, it's weird to me flying with the assistances on like that, because my brain is trying to do the compensation automatically. So it's really weird to even have those on. And since we're at Exter, let's go find a place and park this thing. Got about 38% fuel. All right, landing light off. Go to idle. Exeter. Horn off. Oh, confirm. Horn works. Cover. Engine off. Rotor brake. Fuel pump off. Pitot heat off. Turn the generator off because the engine's not running. Keep the avionics running until everything stops so we can monitor everything. Until the rotor blades completely stop, you continue to fly the aircraft. Avionics.
Skylane 422
Anti-collision.
Downwind spacing for
And battery.
traffic. Extending downwind
Cool.
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
Cool. So there. That was that. Where's my mouse? Okay, so we're now going to do end flight. And since we're talking about the Robinson, what we're going to do here is we're going to go back. World Photographer. Savannah Safari. Frickin' lions. I always have such a hard issue with finding frickin' lions. Alright, so we're going to do lions. Photograph a lion. I originally found lions where? I think I found lions up here. So we're going to go back to old trusty whatever the hell lake this is. Of course, we want helicopter. And we want a Robinson R66. We do not want the spray system. We want the passenger version, please.
livery. Bright frickin' orange, please. Okay. Save and back. Time of day where we can actually see lions. And right there, set as departure. And let's go. And Cyberdommy, take care, dude. Thanks for dropping in today. Alright, so before I do anything else, I am going to quit out of Little Nav Map so I don't actually start putting a route in Africa. Okay, and ready to fly. Okay, so now the problem that we have is I have no control input. So let's rebind our controls for this. Ava base. I had 0 controls there. I am noticing it is taking a lot longer for the controls to load in. Yeah, it didn't load the settings. There we go. Let's see if that works. There we go. Okay. There, now we got full control. All right, so lions. Let's see. Put you down there. Why is that not working now? There we go. I see wildebeest again. No lions. Low rotor horn. It's going to be buzzing a bunch. I see something right there. Not sure what that is yet. Can you please stop highlighting the door? Thank you. What am I seeing? Right there. Probably more wildebeest. Ooh, I don't like the way it's loading in the terrain. No, these are a little bit bigger. Those are camels. Can you please stop highlighting the door?
Yeah, I'm not liking the way that it's loading in the terrain detail here. Flying through the UK, it was a lot smoother. This is a huge color change. I'm seeing something else right there. Another couple things over there, too. Is this a tree or an elephant? Looks like a tree. It's a tree. Alright, cool. And there's my road. I was wondering where the road was. Because the road was kind of like my landmark of finding elephants. Actually, you know what? I should probably take a picture of that and submit a bug report, right? Doesn't happen when you highlight that door. Captain's log. When the pilot door is highlighted in the Robinson R66, it lights up and makes anything on the other side of the glass extremely bright. Please change it to be the actual pull knob like other helicopters. There. Made my log. I hear you. Shut up. Camels are freaking out. Hey, they got a baby one. Little baby camel. We'll land on you. They get up and start just sprinting everywhere. The baby keeps reloading into my helicopter. Whatever. Stop screaming at me! What does the noise mean? It is a low rotor RPM horn. So, right here, you have these two needles, okay? The left needle is the engine, the right needle is the rotor RPM. When it gets too low, and I'm about to stall the rotor and not produce enough lift to fly, you will get that warning horn. It's just a warning to let me know that, hey, you're about to kill yourself if you keep holding it, because your rotor won't produce lift and you'll fall. That's essentially what it is. I hear you. Shut up. Yeah, the animal AI is not the best. So, yeah. Yeah, the satellite imagery in Africa is not the newest, because I think they also use a lot of airplane taken imagery in the US and Europe right now.
I think that was actually one of the big things with the South America update, was they had a lot more images taken, especially around cities and stuff, from airplanes. So much higher resolution images. Missiles like the kangaroos, right? Ooh, I just had another thought. You guys see this trim string right here on the window? Let's see if they fixed it. Did they fix it? Nope, it's broken. You see how it goes from going up to straight down? Yeah, the trim string's broken. It shouldn't go down, it should still be up. It's going in the correct direction, just 180 degrees backwards. Boo. Yeah, this area of Africa has a lot of meteor craters. See a couple of them right here. There's some over there too. But I'm going to attempt to auto-rotate into the middle of that one. Let's see, what direction is the wind coming from? I think the wind's coming from the north. Alright, and 3, 2, 1, engine off. We are now gliding. And that is why I would rather be in an airplane with no engine power than I'm sorry. That is why I would rather be in a helicopter with no engine power than an airplane with no engine power. Turn the engine back on. So when I cut the engine power off, the turbine just stops sending power and the rotor just freewheels. Shut up! This aircraft, that rotor horn is going off all the time. I am being a lot more aggressive with it than he probably should be, though. Those are rocks. Those are not animals. I am pushing this aircraft beyond what it should be able to do. Alright, so let's see here. Let's start climbing. We're gonna go up there. No, you're throttled up. Why are you complaining?
I'm looking for best climb rates or any information like that written anywhere, but I'm not seeing anything. Huh. Nope, not seeing anything. Also, strobe lights off. That's weird. That shouldn't be like that. Try to climb as best I can without having to get into ground effect. We'll have to get into ground effect as we get higher, though. Currently 4,400 feet, still climbing. Is this marked? No, it is not. I don't know exactly which mountain this is. Holding 60 knots of airspeed. $5,000 feet. It's weird because, like, during my helicopter training, I was flying Robinson R-44s, which are piston-powered helicopters. 270 horsepower, 6-cylinder piston motor. This is a turbine helicopter, supposed to be even more powerful, and it feels weaker. We started... The airport we started at was 7,000 feet. We're like at 6,000 right now and still going up, and this thing just feels like it's struggling. You are starting to get into ground effect. A little bit. Try to stay near this terrain here. It'll help us a little bit. Yeah, I'm like traveling at 30 knots now. We're barely in forward flight. Like, we're right on the verge of translational lift. You can see as the land bumps up in front of us, we're getting a little bit of a boost from that ground effect. I got my hand completely off the collective, so it's just that ground effect that's just helping us. Thing is that really tall mountains, you might actually have to do this in a helicopter too. Just, I mean, we're a ways up now. Should probably pay attention to what's in front of me so I don't run into a rock. I think the caldera was behind us. I think this is still a volcanic mountain. Yeah, that over there is definitely a volcanic mountain. So yeah, we're up at 9,500 feet. Oh, I'm stressing this thing out. Boop. Okay. I have to queue up a song. Right click, add to queue. Not sure like what way is up now, right? All right. Picking back up. It's something you have to be careful of when you're approaching a mountain like that. If you start thinking that the mountain is flat and you're traveling up it, you kind of lose sight of what is actually happening, and that's why I was like looking to the side every now and then. All right, let's do this. Volume 30. Next track. Ooh! Ooh! Ooh, I did not like that! Don't hit. What song is playing? Kickstart My Heart by Motley Crue. And as I've said before, my body is a machine that turns Kickstart My Heart into airspace violations. It's just constantly screaming. All the blades slap. Oh, the helicopter's louder, really? Shit. Volume 40. Probably shouldn't do this with this helicopter. Pause music. This helicopter, its rotor system, has all the warnings of everything I just did, don't ever do with it. It's called a teetering rotor system, so the rotor is literally a teeter-totter. It just has a pin through it, and that's it, right? And the problem with that kind of rotor system is, if the rotor system is not loaded, the rotor and the body of the helicopter go two completely separate ways. And the reason why that's a problem is that in a low G condition, you do any kind of cyclic input, the rotor tips, the body stays still, and the rotor snaps itself off. Only in low G conditions. If you're flying and you never go into a negative G condition, you're fine. But as long as you have some gravity load on it where you're producing some lift, it's absolutely fine. It's just, if you do the stuff where you go up and over and then dump the collective and you get that 0 G, and then you do any control inputs, you get what is called mast bumping. Think of it as the main rotor tips to the point where it hits its own mast and snaps like a twig. It's cheaper. Yeah, it is cheaper. It's mechanically a lot more simple, but it has the drawback of, if you do a low G condition, bad shit can happen. There's actually a kind of a well-known story of a pilot who, during Vietnam, a whole bunch of people were dying because essentially their rotors were snapping off. And they flew this guy over to Vietnam to test the helicopters, and he went out, and they had all this gear on it, recording everything, what he's doing, and he went out, and he did the same thing, proceeded to snap the rotor off, and it killed him. But because they had all the gear on it and all these cameras watching it, they finally found out what exactly happened. But it sucks that, again, had to die to figure that out. But because of that, we now know a lot more about mast bumping and when that happened and why it sucks. Like, most of the rules when it comes to federal aviation regulations literally is written in blood. Like, all the rules have because of something happened. The disaster at Tenerife, for example, 2 fully loaded 747s, one pilot just got off of doing, essentially, he was training a bunch of other people. He essentially gave himself
clearance to take off while there was another 747 on the runway. They couldn't see each other because it was super foggy, and ran into each other. Like so many things is written in blood. Got to be careful with that shit. For example, we had that incident a few months back of the helicopter and the airplane over the Potomac in Washington, D.C. They believe that the helicopter, the altimeter was set incorrectly, and it was reading 100 feet higher than it should have been. I think even now they are doing stuff with that where helicopters are not allowed along that corridor anymore. So the airplanes coming in are clear to land, and then nothing can go over that. So rules are written in blood. It sucks, but that's just how things happen. All right, we're going to go off of VR. I think, guys, that's actually going to be it for me today, because I've been live for... How long have I been live for? I can't see. Ugh. I can actually stand up without it hurting too bad now. Oh my god, I've been live for 9 hours and 46 minutes. Holy crap. I'm going to find somebody to get you guys over to. Let me see if I can find somebody. Hold on. In fact, I'm going to send you all over to go watch Sacriel. He's currently playing a bit of Arma Reforger. Playing that. I enjoy watching Sacriel, so... I still need to... Assassin's Creed Shadows is annoying to me, and what I mean by annoying is that I want to keep playing. However, I was really enjoying streaming it, so I've been holding off playing it so I can stream it again. So we might be doing another Assassin's Creed stream in the future. Given now that my back is not as bad, I'm going to try to do more streams because I'm not feeling like absolute crap. We also need to go back and go into the garage again to work on my car, because I think I did something wrong and we need to undo stuff before we continue on with that too. But yeah. Again, guys, thank you all for hanging out. I will see y'all later. And with that, let's go watch Sacriel. Take care, guys. Later.